Story number 1, The Silence of the Driveway. The house was too quiet, and he was its secret. In my early 20s, I shared a small house on the rural edge of the city with 3 strangers turned roommates, all fresh from the same college. I used to live in a small home with a group of 3 other guys. We all didn't really know each other before moving in together. Splitting rent 4 ways made the place affordable, its isolation a small price to pay. Splitting the rent 4 ways, we were able to afford a relatively small house on the more rural outskirts of the city. For 9 months, we got by, forging bonds over late-night talks, except with KJ, who kept to himself, always working or gone. All went well for the first 9-ish months, but pretty suddenly, 2 of the guys decided to move out, leaving just me and KJ. When the others left, the house grew hollow, and KJ's absence became a shadow. His silence grew, and so did my unease. The departure of 2 roommates left me and KJ to shoulder double the rent, a burden we couldn't sustain. It also meant we had to pay double between each of us. We agreed to part ways when the lease ended in 3 months. We agreed that at the end of the lease in 3 months, we would go our separate ways and leave the house, alone in the house most days. I noticed KJ's constant absence, his part-time morning job leaving long stretches unaccounted for. For the first month after the 2 left, it became really apparent how absent KJ was. I didn't mind the solitude at first, relishing the quiet. But his late-night returns began to feel off. I was often at home just chilling all day and night by myself, which was very different from when the other 2 lived here. He was out there, but where and why? The night stirred, and he wasn't himself. One night, staying up later than usual, I saw headlights sweep the gravel driveway, followed by the front door's creak. I saw headlights shine through my window, pulling down the gravel driveway when I heard the front door open. Impulse drove me to greet KJ, hoping to ease the growing distance between us. I got up and for some reason felt like saying hi just to keep things from getting too distant and awkward between us. But as I opened my door, his footsteps raced down the hall, and he froze outside his room, eyes wide in the dark. I heard his footsteps begin rushing down the hallway. When I stuck my head out, he jumped like I'd caught him in the act of something. "What's up, KJ?" I asked, breaking the tense silence. "What's up, Kate? Just seeing how you're doing," I said to break the silence. His stare was a void, and it chilled me. The way he just stood there in the dark hallway with his wide open eyes and looked at me was kind of chilling. His room hid something, and I heard it. KJ muttered, "I'm good," and slipped into his room, leaving the air heavy with unease. "I'm good." There were another few seconds of silence before I just nodded and stepped back into my room. Curiosity tugged at me, and I crept down the hall, pausing by his door. After a couple minutes, I opened my door carefully and quietly walked down the hallway. Inside, a drawer slammed, objects clattered, a frantic chaos that stopped abruptly. As if he sensed me, I heard him moving around frantically, like he was opening and closing drawers chaotically. The silence was worse than the noise. Everything stopped like he just froze. Before I could retreat, his door flew open, his wild eyes pinning me. The door suddenly swung open. KJ stood in the doorway with the same wide open eyes as before, staring right at me. I stammered about heading to the kitchen, but his muttered no and slammed door left me shaken. I said I was just heading to the kitchen and asked if he wanted anything. KJ quietly muttered no, then closed the door on me. His trap waited, and I almost walked in. For days, I watched KJ staying awake until he returned, his zombie-like state worsening, eyes restless, words scarce. For the next probably 5 or 6 days, I found myself more attentive to what Kay was up to. His eyes grew increasingly more restless every day. One night, a knock jolted me from bed. KJ, with a forced half smile, asking for help, finding his wallet in the driveway. A knock came from the other side of my door. He mentioned that he just got home and thought he'd dropped his wallet somewhere out in the driveway, wary but hopeful. I grabbed a flashlight and followed him out to the driveway. His small talk felt hollow, and his car, parked far down the gravel, raised alarms. I noticed almost right away that his car was parked really far down the driveway though, like all the way at the end for seemingly no reason. He led me past it into the woods, and I knew something was wrong. He started leading me away from the car. I asked what we were doing. KJ took a few seconds to respond like he was thinking before saying he went for a short walk out here earlier. I ran, and the silence followed. KJ's insistence on venturing deeper into the woods, away from any plausible wallet location, turned my unease into fear. He kept trying to lead me further from the driveway and deeper into the woods. I refused, offering the flashlight, but his smile vanished, replaced by anger. I tried to hand over the flashlight to him and make my exit. His clearly fake smile faded, and his restless eyes looked more than disappointed. He didn't move, but his eyes screamed intent. He didn't respond, but the detention was making me really uneasy. I turned, walking briskly back, glancing over my shoulder to see him standing, watching. I turned around and started quickly walking away from the woods. I looked back a couple times, seeing KJ just standing there and watching me. At the house, I packed essentials, unable to sleep, listening for KJ, who never returned that night. I didn't sleep the whole night listening to make sure KJ wasn't up to anything else. But he never came back to the house that night. By morning, I fled, never hearing from him again, haunted by what he'd planned in those woods. In the morning, I got everything important stashed into my car and left. I never heard anything from KJ or figured out what was going on. Story number 2, Echoes of the Silent Roommate. The house near campus loomed like a forgotten relic, its walls whispering secrets under the moon's pale gaze, hiding truths no roommate should uncover. I stepped inside, the air heavy with a scent I couldn't place. Wood, ink, something older, something that clung to the furniture, something that knew my name. The living room stretched, its shadows dancing under flickering lights, their edges warped as if the house itself was bending time. I was no stranger to shared spaces, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth that pulsed in the dark, a truth that followed me. The hallway creaked, its floorboards groaning as I moved, their sound a pulse that stirred in the silence, a pulse that wasn't mine. Jason's door stood ajar, its frame glinting under the dim light, its edges bending as if the house was watching, waiting. The mirror by the stairs glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others. Faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the banister. But the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name. I settled into my room, the desk a frail shield, my laptop's glow cutting through the gloom. But the air grew denser, thick with a weight that pressed against my mind. The window framed the campus, its lights flickering as if the house was resisting, as if it wanted me to stay, to see what it saw, to know what it knew. The curtains swayed, their edges alive, as if breathed upon by an unseen force, their patterns forming shapes I didn't want to name, shapes that pulsed like a heartbeat. The house wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here. Taiwa. The night was a labyrinth, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its mirrors holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I lay in bed, my mind racing with words, stories, but the silence was a lie, its stillness a mask for truths that whispered in the dark. I was a witness, a tenant, a man marked by a secret I couldn't open, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the house disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of mornings, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The house was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark. A mystery that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the hallway, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. For 2 years, I lived with my college roommate, Jason, in a small house near the campus we used to go to. Despite having been roommates at college for a year before this, we still weren't the closest of friends or anything. We just both had similar plans for after college. So, moving in together made sense for the time being. The first year or so went really well. We got a lot closer and enjoyed living together enough to renew the lease for another year. The house's pulse was a spark, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me down the hall. This happened in June, 2 months after renewing the lease. After a normal late night at work, I got home and talked to Jason for a while. Then we both called it a night and went to bed. However, in the middle of the night, I woke up to the floorboards creaking in the hallway. They were walking slowly, going toward the main area of the house. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. I rolled over, the clock's glow a frail defense, but the house disagreed, its air heavy, its shadows alive, its truth a pulse that stirred in the silence. I rolled over and looked at the clock. Seeing it was 3 a.m., I thought, Jason was just getting some water or something. I don't know. At the moment, I didn't care either and just went back to sleep. The house wasn't empty. It was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my routines. The kitchen was a refuge, its warmth a frail shield. But the morning's light was wrong, its glow warped, forming patterns that weren't random, patterns that pulsed like a heartbeat. In the morning, I had to go to work early, so I was kind of rushing to leave, but Jason opened his door looking tired and asked me something I wasn't expecting. He asked what I was doing walking around the house in the middle of the night. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The house's shadows seemed to deepen as I moved through the hallway. The night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest, but the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I leaned against the wall, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the floorboards glinted, their grain etched with faint lines, almost symbols, that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place, paper, sweat, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a record, a canvas of lives sent and lost, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I turned toward my room, the hallway stretching, its walls closing in, their paint peeling as if the house was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the door glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, books on desks, voices in lectures, faces I didn't know but felt I should, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the house was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The house wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, its counters gleaming, but the air grew denser, the shadows deeper, as if the house was resisting, as if it wanted me to stay, to see what it saw, to know what it knew. The night was a weight, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a tenant, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The office was a refuge, its light a frail shield, but the shadows lingered, their edges alive, their presence a truth that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of mornings, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The house was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I sat, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the hall, but the shadows moved, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. When I got back home, Jason was at work, so I spent most of the night just chilling in my room, and eventually, around the same time as last night, I went to bed. But then again, I woke up around the same time to the floorboards making that same creaking sound. This time, rather than going right back to sleep, I tried to listen more carefully. It sounded exactly like someone slowly walking through the hallway and into the living room. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. Once they got to the other side of the house, I couldn't hear anything for about 30 seconds and decided to get up and check on it. I opened my door and walked down to the living room, but Jason wasn't in there. As far as I could tell, there was nothing there that could explain what I heard. I went back to my room and went to sleep. The house's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me down the hall. The house wasn't empty. It was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my routines. I lay back, the clock's glow a frail defense, but the house disagreed, its air heavy, its shadows alive, its truth a pulse that stirred in the silence. What I found so strange about it was that the sound moved through the house, like if it was just the home creaking. Why did it slowly go across the house like that? I mentioned it to Jason in the morning, and neither of us could come up with any ideas. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The house's shadows seemed to linger as I moved through the hallway, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest. But the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I leaned against the wall, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the floorboards glinted, their grain etched with faint lines, almost symbols, that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place, wood, ink, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I turned toward the living room, the hallway stretching, its walls closing in, their paint peeling as if the house was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the stairs glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight. But the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The kitchen loomed ahead, its counters shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy, with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, notes on desks, laughter in halls, faces I didn't know but felt I should, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the house was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The house wasn't mine, It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I moved to the bedroom, its door ajar, but the air grew denser, the shadows deeper, as if the house was resisting, as if it wanted me to stay, to see what it saw, to know what it knew. The night was a weight, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a tenant, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the house disagreed. Its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of mornings, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The house was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left, a mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the hall, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. Jason was off this day, but at 2:00, I had to go to work. I didn't make it back to the house until nearly 11:00. When I did and walked down the hallway to my room, I was surprised to see Jason still up. I just saw him in the corner of my eye, sitting on the bed in his room. As I passed by the doorway, I called out, "What's up?" As I went over toward my room, the mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. But Jason didn't respond. I thought it was kind of weird, but maybe he just didn't hear me. So I continued into my room. I took off my work uniform and put on some regular clothes. I left my room to go to the kitchen and get some food, but I noticed Jason's light was off in his room now. The house's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me down the hall. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my routines. I stood in the kitchen, the silence a lie, its stillness a mask for truths that stirred in the dark. When I passed by, I looked in just to see if he was good. He was still sitting on his bed in the corner, now just in the dark, so I could barely see him. "Hey, what's up? Jason, you all right?" I called out. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The house's shadows seemed to follow me as I moved through the kitchen, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest, but the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I leaned against the counter, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the walls glinted, their plaster etched with faint lines, almost symbols that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place, wood, ink, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I turned toward the hallway, the walls stretching, their paint peeling as if the house was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the door glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart adrum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, books on desks, voices in halls, faces I didn't know but felt I should, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the house was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The house wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I moved to the bedroom, its door ajar, but the air grew denser, the shadows deeper, as if the house was resisting, as if it wanted me to stay, to see what it saw, to know what it knew. The night was a weight, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a tenant, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the house disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of mornings, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The house was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left, a mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the hall, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. After a few seconds of him not responding, I just left the doorway and went to the kitchen. This was definitely weird, but I didn't know what else to do. Obviously, I wasn't going to just march into his room for no reason, just so he'd respond to me. But it did seem really odd he didn't at least just say hi or whatever. I was in the kitchen for maybe 15 minutes, then headed back to my room. Jason's door was closed when I passed by. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. For a whole hour, I stayed in my room, but then I heard that sound, the floorboards creaking right in the hallway. I looked over, and suddenly something moved under the door. I listened to the creaking continue, but with my last couple interactions with Jason being weird, I figured I would just text him this time to ask if it was him walking around. The house's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me down the hall. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my routines. I sat up, the phone's glow a frail defense, but the house disagreed. Its air heavy, its shadows alive, its truth a pulse that stirred in the silence. I waited a couple minutes, but then I finally got a response. Jason sent me a question mark, then followed up with, "What do you mean, I'm not home right now?" The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The house's shadows seemed to follow me as I stood in the hallway, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest, but the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I gripped my flashlight, its beam a frail shield against the gloom, but the door glinted, its wood etched with faint lines, almost symbols, that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place. Wood, ink, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I peered into Jason's room, the darkness stretching, its walls closing in, their paint peeling as if the house was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the bed glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong. Heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, books on desks, voices in halls, faces I didn't know but felt I should. Their eyes had been hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the house was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The house wasn't mine, it belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I stepped out, the night await, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of bliss, spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a tenant, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The street was a refuge, its lights a frail shield, but the house's pulse followed, its presence a mystery that pulsed in the dark. The morning came, its light a blur, but the house disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of mornings, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The house was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I stood by the road, my phone cold, my eyes fixed on the house, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. My face went pale and my eyes shot over to the door. I got up and hurried into the hallway. No one was there, but the door to Jason's room was now open again. I quietly stood there and listened, but didn't hear anything. I walked over and peered through the doorway. Standing in the center of the pitch-black room was an unknown man, even in the dark, now that he was closer and standing up, facing me. I could tell he was taller and had a thick beard, two distinct features different from Jason that I couldn't see before. Without any more hesitation, I ran out of the house. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. I called the police immediately, standing on the other side of the road. When they got there, whoever that guy was gone. Strangely, there were no signs of where he entered or exited the house from, aside from a window that was partially unlocked, but it didn't seem to have been opened recently. The house's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me across the street. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my routines. I waited, the police's lights a frail defense, but the house disagreed, its air heavy, its shadows alive, its truth a pulse that stirred in the silence. What's really disturbing is knowing that he was likely the cause of the creaking floorboards for the last several days in the middle of the night, meaning he was inside walking around the house while we were sleeping. Even more creepy is trying to figure out why he was in Jason's room, just sitting on his bed and seemingly waiting for something. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. Story number 3, the roommate who vanished. The apartment was silent, its shadows heavy with secrets. Footsteps echoed in the dark, too quick, too close. A figure stood beyond the door, watching, waiting. Her eyes weren't human, not anymore. Some strangers bring more than baggage. In 2015, I used Craigslist to find a roommate to share my small Minneapolis apartment, a common choice when options were few and the site wasn't yet a haven for scams. I posted a listing with pictures, specifying a roommate near my age, hoping for someone to split rent and maybe share a laugh. A woman named Hannah responded, claiming to be 23, a college student, her emails warm, her voice on the phone mirroring my own, music tastes, late-night habits, a perfect fit. We scheduled a tour, and Hannah arrived, tall, poised, her smile disarming, despite a maturity that made her seem older. She liked the place, we agreed on a price grid, and within a week, she moved in, her boxes neat, her presence quiet. Hannah didn't quite look her age, her sharp features and steady gaze suggesting years beyond 23, but I brushed it off. Some people just age differently. The first few days were busy, my marketing job and her supposed classes keeping us apart. On the 5th day, I got home late, around 10 p.m., and heard footsteps rushing through the hallway. A door slamming, my back hit the floor as I peered down the hall. Hannah's door was closed, light on, but mine was open. Though I'd closed it before leaving, unease prickled my skin. Had she been in my room? I checked, finding nothing out of place, and settled in, locking my door, watching TV to calm my nerves. An hour passed, Hannah's room silent, likely asleep as she'd mentioned her early bedtime. Glancing at my door, I saw a shadow under the crack, unmoving as if someone stood just beyond. "Hannah!" I called. No response. "Hannah, are you out there?" Seconds ticked by. Then the shadow moved, retreating down the hall, followed by her bedroom door slamming. My heart raced. What was she doing? I locked my door, staying up. The apartment's silence oppressive. Morning came, and I asked Hannah if she needed something last night. She smiled, saying everything was fine, her voice flat, ending the talk. I let it go, not wanting to sour our new arrangement, but the hum of doubt lingered. That night, I returned to a dark apartment, assuming Hannah slept. I closed my bedroom door, FaceTiming a friend, then showered. I heard something outside my room, pausing the water, but silence answered. Drying off, I saw my door open, the hallway dark, Hannah's room quiet. I locked it, heart pounding. Had I forgotten to lock it? Why was it open? The apartment felt alive, its shadows watching. I stayed up, TV flickering, convincing myself Hannah meant no harm. But the hum grew, a whisper in the walls, warning me that Hannah wasn't what she seemed. The hum in my chest didn't fade. The apartment's silence, a weight that pressed harder each night. I was creeped out. Hannah's shadow under my door, the open doorway after my shower, gnawing at me. I stayed up, shaken, trying to rationalize. Maybe she was sleepwalking or curious, but the hum whispered otherwise. A warning I couldn't ignore. I locked my door, checking it twice. The TV's glow a frail shield against the dark. Sleep came in fits. The apartment's creaks, too loud, too alive. Morning brought no answers. Hannah was gone. Her room empty. The kitchen untouched. I tried to move on, telling myself it was a quirk, but the hum grew, a pulse in the walls. That night, I returned to darkness. The apartment quiet, lights off. I closed my door, locking it. The hum louder, like a heartbeat, not mine. I skipped the shower, too tense, settling into bed early. As I closed my eyes, sleep pulled me under, but I snapped awake. The room pitch black, the silence deafening. My door was cracked open, inches of darkness peering in, though I'd locked it without doubt. "Hannah?" I whispered, voice trembling. The silence grew louder, a pressure in my ears. I sat up, staring at the crack, feeling eyes in the dark. My eyes adjusted, and in the corner, her figure stood near my wardrobe, still, facing me. Her outline was blank, a dead stare piercing through me. My heart thundered as she stepped forward, then another, her gaze unyielding. She ran across the room, vanishing into the hall, her door slamming shut. I grabbed my phone and keys, sprinting to the front door, fleeing the building, too terrified to stay. I drove to a nearby neighborhood, parking, shaking, and called the police, needing their presence to face whatever Hannah was. 15 minutes later, the police arrived. Finding the apartment empty, Hannah was gone. Her belongings vanished, her room stripped as if she'd never been. Her information was fabricated, her name fake, her phone a burner with no trace. I'd never heard from her again. Her absence a void that screamed danger. The police searched, finding nothing, no fingerprints, no clues, only the hum. Now in me, a whisper of her eyes. I moved apartments, fearing her return, the hum following, a shadow in my new home. The new place felt safer, but the hum lingered, faint glyphs, organic, warm, appearing on my walls, my skin. I checked locks obsessively, avoiding Craigslist. My trust shattered. Hannah's stare haunted me. Her motives a riddle. Burglary, worse? The hum answered, a chant, "She's here." I installed cameras, their feeds clear, but wrong, shadows flickering where none should be. The apartment's silence was her silence, her shadow under every door, her steps in every creak. I was no longer alone, the hum her voice, promising she'd never truly left. The hum was my pulse, my new apartment, a fragile shield against Hannah's shadow. I moved, worried she'd come back. Her blank stare burned into my dreams, her footsteps echoing in every quiet moment. The police found no trace, her fabricated identity a dead end, her burner phone a ghost. I'd never seen her again, but the hum said otherwise. Its glyphs, faint, warm, spreading on my walls, my arms, a mark of her presence. The apartment was dark, quiet, but never empty. Her silhouette a weight I carried, her eyes watching from the dark. I quit my job, the office's hum too close to hers, taking freelance work to stay home, where I could lock every door to kick. Hannah's actions, snooping, standing, staring, haunted me. Her motives, a void. Was she a thief, a predator, or something worse? The hum whispered, more. I researched, finding Craigslist horror stories, strangers vanishing, leaving terror, but none matched Hannah's precision. Her stillness, her door slamming, replayed in my mind, a ritual sealing her secret. I contacted the old landlord, hoping for records, but Hannah's lease was blank, her signature a scrawl of glyphs. The cameras caught nothing, but the hum showed me. Shadows under doors, eyes in corners, Hannah's outline in the dark. I locked my door, but it opened at night. Inches of darkness peering in, the hum singing her name. I slept it with a knife, its blade cold against the glyph's warmth. My scar, new, black, veined, pulsing. I called out to Hannah, my voice swallowed by the silence, her shadow answering with steps I never heard. The apartment's walls glowed, glyphs alive, a map to her world, her stare. I moved again to a St. Paul studio, but the hum followed. Its glyphs on my skin, my mirrors, my dreams. I was horrified, Hannah's face in every stranger, her voice in every creak. I tried therapy, but the hum predicted the therapist's words, scripting my confessions. I didn't know Hannah, but she knew me. Her stare a key to a place I couldn't escape. I found a forum post, a Minneapolis roommate, gone, leaving glyph, eyes in the dark. The user vanished. Their last words, she's not gone. The hum agreed. Its song, a chain. One night, the hum roared. My door opened, Hannah's figure in the corner, her stare blank, eternal. She ran, the door slamming, but the apartment was empty. The hum, her echo. I fled to a motel, the glyphs on my skin burning, my eyes glowing faintly like hers. I called the police, but they found nothing. The hum laughing, she's you. I live in hiding now. The hum, my world. Hannah's stare, my mirror. Her silence, my truth. A roommate I'll never escape. Story number 4. The Lodge's Watcher. The Vermont forest pressed in, its dense canopy swallowing the light as I stepped onto the unmarked trail, the air thick with a damp chill that clung to my skin. The silence was too complete, a weight that made my chest tighten, and the overgrown path seemed to pulse with a presence I couldn't name. The trees loomed, their branches twisting like fingers, and a shiver ran through me, not from the cold, but from something watching. A force lingered, its intent threading through the undergrowth, marking me as its quarry in the wilderness. The trail stretched ahead, each step crunching against the earth with a rhythm that echoed back. As if the forest mimicked my movement, I paused, my breath shallow, the air growing heavier, a tension that prickled my nerves. My heart thudded as the quiet warped, a faint rustle rising from the shadows, a sound that carried a threat. The isolation of the abandoned path, miles from any help, amplified my dread. No voices, no escape, just me and the entity stirring within the trees. Something was awake, its presence a whisper I couldn't shake. I pushed through the brush, the lodge's silhouette emerging from the mist, when a sensation gripped me, a pull, a weight that dragged my gaze to its crumbling form. The air thickened, and a low hum vibrated from the structure, as if it breathed with a life of its own. My pulse raced as I approached, the decay a warning, the open door a maw inviting me in. The forest was no longer a retreat. It had become a stage for a presence that watched and waited. The lodge's interior loomed dark, its rotten wood exhaling a stench that made my stomach turn, and the air pulsed with an unnatural chill as I peered inside. A shadow shifted at the far end, the intact door a barrier to something unseen, and my skin crawled with dread. My hands trembled as I stepped back, the silence pressing closer, the building's emptiness a lie. The wilderness held a watcher, its intent a thread, pulling me deeper into its domain. The campfire crackled, its light a fragile shield against the encroaching dark. But the air grew cold, a weight settling as I sat alone. A sound broke the night, a creak, a laugh, dragging my attention to the lodge, its silhouette a threat in the distance. My breath caught as I stood, the forest's quiet a trap, the laughter a taunt I couldn't ignore. The night had turned hostile, and the lodge's watcher was closing in, its presence a shadow I couldn't outrun. It was mid-2010. I was 23 and had driven down to Vermont to see my family and hang out for a few weeks. While there, I also wanted to go camping since my parents' house was just outside of the Appalachian Mountains. When I used to live with them still, I'd go out all the time. But since I moved out, I hadn't had the chance to go out camping or even hiking at all. There was one place specifically that I'd had on my mind for a while. Just before I moved, I found a trail on a forum for people exploring abandoned structures, and I'd been wanting to check it out ever since. This trail supposedly led to an old lodge just right in the middle of the forest. Summit on a Monday morning. I drove out there. I parked on the side of the road, and the trail was not marked or anything. This was clearly just some rough path made by random people like me wanting to explore the abandoned lodge. It was very overgrown, though, so it looked like nobody had been down there in a while. The journey revealed a haunting destination. The hike there took just under 2 hours, and while it was mostly flat, it was a pretty difficult walk because of all the weeds and bushes growing into the path. But regardless, I made it. Now, my plan was to camp inside the lodge because why not? But I came prepared with a tent and everything in case it was completely destroyed or something. Good thing I did, because it was clear from the outside that it definitely wasn't safe to camp in. Most of the roof was gone, caving into itself, and the logs it was made of were full of thick vines and mold. The door was wide open, though, so I peeked my head inside and looked around. It smelled awful, and with all the decayed and destroyed parts everywhere, there wasn't much access to anything that I could look around. There was a door on the far end of the main hallway that looked intact, and I was trying to get to, but it was a bit too sketchy to get there, so I ended up just backing out. The night brought an unsettling sound. From there, I didn't have anything else planned, but with the sun already starting to set, I began looking around for a good place to set up camp. There really weren't many options, so I basically just walked 200 feet out from the lodge and cleared a small spot to put my tent. As the sun set, the darkness slowly covered the lodge in the distance until I could no longer see it, and all the forest sounds slowly turned into crickets and the warm crackle of the small campfire I built. I really wanted to stargaze, but the spot I was in had trees towering over me, blocking most of the view. Plus, it was partially cloudy, so I just sat there throwing sticks into the fire and thinking about whatever came to mind until I heard something. I don't really know how to describe it, but it was pretty loud, maybe like wood bowing or bending. And even though I couldn't see the lodge anymore, the sound came from right where I knew the lodge was sitting in the dark. It only lasted a few seconds, but it sent chills through me. Maybe it was just the old wood bending and creaking in the wind, or maybe it was something else. The investigation turned eerie. I sat and listened for a while, like 30 minutes, without hearing anything else. It was only an hour or so into the night, but I knew if I didn't check on it now, I wouldn't be able to sleep later. So I figured I might as well go look around while it was still early into the night. I fueled up my campfire with some more sticks before leaving, so I wouldn't have to rebuild it. Then I grabbed my small LED lamp and walked in the direction of the lodge. After only a minute of walking, the structure faintly showed up in the lights. It was as creepy as expected. I walked up to it cautiously, passing by a couple destroyed windows and holding the light up. Inside, it was extremely dark. Even with the lights, it felt like I could barely see anything. When I got to the door, I was startled for a moment. It was closed. I'd been here less than 2 hours ago and left it wide open. Then I noticed something else. There were scratches like from nails or maybe a knife all along the front face of the door. I didn't notice them last time, so I wasn't sure if they were already there or had just happened and were maybe the sound I heard. I debated for a second whether or not I even wanted to try opening it or if I should just leave. But it was all for nothing, because when I eventually decided to open it, I couldn't. It felt like something was holding it shut from the other side. I got really unsettled and didn't stay any longer. I backed away from the lodge and rushed back into the woods toward my campsite. The escape revealed a lurking threat. However, I immediately noticed something was wrong. Aside from my lantern, there was no light coming from the forest. I started to hurry, hoping I was still going in the right direction. Luckily, I was. And a minute later, I made it back to my tent. A column of smoke filled the air above what was my campfire, as if someone had just abruptly put it out while it was still burning. I looked around, just standing there holding my lantern up, barely able to see anything in the trees. Hello? Hello? Who's out there? nobody responded. Starting to feel chills run through me again. I knew it was only a 2-hour hike back to where my car was, so I quickly decided to pack and head out. I took down my tent, and as I shoved the few remaining things into my backpack, I heard something nearby. I stopped for a second and held up my lantern, but still saw nothing. It sounded like someone was laughing. It was quiet, and not like someone laughing with their friends or anything. It was a single person, softly laughing under their breath as they watched me from behind the trees in the dark like they were insane. The retreat left a lasting scar. I hurried up, leaving scraps behind and booking it to the trail with my crappy lantern. It was really hard to follow the path, but I did the best I could. Several times I stopped, thinking I heard that soft laughing and worried I was being followed. But whoever it was stalking me out there, they were blending in with the dark perfectly, as I never once even caught sight of them. I got back to the road, getting in my car and driving away. I look back at that experience 7 years later as the single most disturbing and horrifying experience of my life. I don't think anyone can truly understand the feeling of helplessness I felt being out there in the forest in the middle of nowhere at night and stalked by some insane person. Maybe they set up a home in that abandoned lodge. I really don't know. But from everything I saw and experienced there, I don't think anyone should go back to find out. The forest silence became a haunting presence. The lodge's closed door, the scratched wood, the extinguished fire, all wove a tapestry of a watcher lurking in the shadows. The laughter, the unseen figure, suggested a predator, its intent a thread that pulled me from safety into terror. I drove away, the road a lifeline, but the memory clung, a scar on my peace. The Appalachian wild had turned against me, its beauty a mask for a presence that hunted in the dark. The trail's isolation amplified the dread. Each step back to the car was a battle. The lantern's weak light a fragile shield against the forest depths. The scratches, the resistance, hinted at a force within the lodge, a guardian or a madman. Its laughter a taunt I couldn't silence. I wondered if the forum's tales held truth, if others had fled this same terror. The night had claimed the lodge, and its watcher followed me, a shadow I couldn't shake. The escape's urgency shaped my resolve. The campfire's smoke, the unanswered calls, marked a violation of my sanctuary. The soft laugh, the unseen stalker, turned the forest into a maze of fear, its darkness a predator's cloak. I left scraps behind, the trail a blur, but the helplessness lingered, a lesson in survival. The lodge's watcher remained, its presence a warning etched in my mind, urging me to warn others away. Story number 5, The Cliffside Threat. You hike to a lonely overlook, the wind carrying a whisper not your own, a presence you can't shake, not the rustle of leaves or the call of birds, but a stillness that hides a threat. In 3 minutes, you'll turn to find eyes watching, a shadow with intent. This isn't a tale of ghostly trails or haunted woods. It's a dance with danger on a cliff's edge. What if the solitude you seek turns into a trap set by the living? Step onto the mountain, where peace hides peril. The trail was mine until the air shifted. I trekked to an overlook near Glacier National Park, a rugged path I claimed in the off-season's quiet. I was hiking to a fairly well-known overlook just outside of Glacier National Park in Montana. The cold didn't bother me. The solitude was a balm. It definitely wasn't as great as any of the views within Glacier National Park, but it was just a normal trail with no rules or anything. But as I reached the cliff, the valley's beauty masked an unease I couldn't name. As expected, nobody else was at the campsite or at the overlook. The sunset faded and a figure emerged. I set up camp, cooked dinner, and sat at the cliff's edge. Lost in the horizon's glow, I set up all my stuff by the stone circle closest to the overlook and made myself a quick dinner. Then went to sit on the edge of the cliff to watch the sunset. The drop below was daunting, but the view erased my fear until I turned, feeling good. I got up and turned to walk back to my campsite, but almost jumped back when I saw a man standing right behind me in the bushes near the edge of the forest. His stare pierced me. Then he vanished into the dark. He was looking right at me. But what made it really creepy was as soon as I saw him, he just turned around and left right away. Footsteps echoed where no one should be. I lit a campfire, settling into the night's peace. But the forest stirred. Several hours went by. I think it was getting to be around 11 p.m. when I heard footsteps somewhere in front of me. I called out, but the steps hesitated, then faded. Pretty soon after hearing them, I called out, asking if someone was out there. The footsteps stopped for a moment, like they hesitated, and then began walking again. An animal, I told myself, but the silence felt like a lie. Even though it sounded exactly like human footsteps without being able to see them and without them responding, I had to believe that it was just an animal, like maybe a deer or something. The man returned, his intent clear, bored. I returned to the overlook under the moon's glow, seeking stars. After a while, I knew I wasn't going to bed anytime soon, and I was getting bored. So I walked out to the overlook to see if maybe the stars were out. Then sticks snapped, bushes rustled. Suddenly multiple sticks snapped behind me, and a bush aggressively rustled. I spun around, seeing that same man from earlier. But he didn't turn away this time. He advanced, a fake smile masking rage, lunging to push me off. He moved through the bush and started quickly walking up to the overlook. He put his hands out and lunged at me, trying to push me over the ledge. I shoved him back, my size giving me the edge. His rage contorted his face, a predator unleashed. Thank God I was prepared for it and had a stable footing, and I was a bit bigger than the guy. So I shoved him back and moved away from the cliff. He stumbled, but recovered fast, chasing me to the campsite. As he stumbled, I tried to run back to the campsite, but he caught up pretty quick. This time, he didn't try to hide his intent. His face was horrifyingly angry and full of rage. We grappled, his hunger driving him. But I overpowered his frail frame. We wrangled around for maybe 30 seconds, but I kept getting the better of him. The guy was pretty skinny, like he hadn't eaten in a while. The fight ended, and I fled. No weapon, just raw intent. He could have killed me. I can't even imagine how lucky I was that this guy didn't have any form of weapon on him, because he definitely wouldn't have hesitated to use it. He ran off, beaten, and I gathered my gear. After a few attempts, though, he was finally beaten enough to run away. I didn't even try chasing or keeping them pinned. The trail was dark. My headlamp dying after 2 hours. I got everything together, put on my headlamp, and left the campsite. I made it about 2 hours back down the trail before my headlamp's batteries ran out. I camped briefly, then reported the assault. So I set up a mini camp in the woods and waited for sunrise, then finished the hike back. I put a report in and talked to a lot of people about my encounter. Theories swirled, but the truth eluded me. Was he lost, deranged, or hunting? Everyone has different thoughts as to what the man was really doing out there. Authorities speculated, but no answers came. I could have died. A moment's lapse my undoing. All I know is I could have lost my life that night had I been any less careful. The mountain held its secret, and I carried the scar. The encounter left me wary. The overlook's beauty forever tainted by that night's threat. I hike differently now, eyes open, trusting no silence. Story number 6, The Stranger. A stranger in the woods. The forest trail stretched into the dusk, its shadows lengthening as my boots crunched the earth. My dog Rocky bounding ahead. I'd chosen this isolated campsite for its solitude, a haven where Rocky, my Australian shepherd, could roam free. His joy in the wild, my only company. The woods had always been our sanctuary, a place of peace where the world's noise faded. But that night, the trees held their breath, their silence heavy with a warning I couldn't yet hear. Rocky's sudden unease, his gaze fixed on the darkening forest, stirred a primal fear in me. Was it just the wilderness playing tricks? Or had we wandered into the territory of something or someone watching us? A figure emerged from the shadows, knife gleaming, turning our retreat into a test of survival. With Rocky as my only shield. Who was he? And why does the forest still call me back, daring me to face it again? I was out on a trail backpacking to a small camping spot with my dog Rocky. He's an Australian shepherd, so a medium-sized, really smart dog that's my constant companion, always loving running around and hiking through the woods. The site was familiar, one I'd been to 3 or 4 times before, cherished for its seclusion, isolated, never had anyone else, allowing Rocky to be free to run around off-leash and enjoy himself. The trek was long. The campsite was 8 hours down trail, and we arrived as daylight waned. The campsite itself wasn't anything special or picturesque, just a small opening with nothing but trees all around. But I found it calming and nice to hang out in and safe for me to let Rocky roam around while still being able to keep an eye on him. I dropped my gear. I tossed my pack down and started to set everything up, while Rocky usually does his little patrol around the campsite. I watched him sniffing around and go a little ways into the woods as I continued to put our tent up. Then unpack the rest of the things into the inside of the tent. Soon, Rocky came back to the campsite, but he was acting strange. His tail was down and he pressed close, came right up to me, then turned and faced the direction he just came from, looking out into the woods. This was rare. I almost never see him act like this unless there was a thunderstorm or something he was afraid of. I scanned the trees, stood up and looked out where he came from, but saw nothing. Checking him, I then checked him, making sure he didn't step on something and hurt himself. He was completely fine, just anxious for some reason. It was unsettling, pretty off-putting, especially from a smart and capable dog like Rocky. His behavior shifted my focus. I kept on the lookout as I finished setting up the camp and getting the campfire built. Rocky stayed glued to me, never left my side, not to explore or anything. His eyes fixed on the woods, kept his eyes on the woods, each glance back. Every time I looked back to check the woods, I felt a strange, uneasy sense like I was being watched. I blamed Rocky's nerves, put it off as Rocky just making me nervous since I didn't actually see anything, but the feeling lingered. I got the campfire going as darkness fell. The sun fell past the top of the trees, covering the woods in a dark shadow. The forest, quiet as it always was, felt oppressive. I didn't feel as calm as I usually did. Rocky's tension, Rocky's unusual behavior dimmed my hopes, but I clung to thoughts of a normal tomorrow. That night, I just tended the fire and hung out with Rocky beside me, listening to the sound of the forest. Then, Rocky suddenly perked his head up and froze, his ears up and tail between his legs, staring into the dark. He stared anxiously out at the trees, where the darkness engulfed the area, making anything past 20 or 30 feet completely concealed. His quietly whining, locked on the void, alarmed me. Trusting him that something was wrong, I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it out there. Seeing little, not seeing much, I started to walk a little further in, with Rocky followed closely behind me. Staying near the fire, I didn't want to venture too far away from the campfire. I saw nothing in the woods at 50 feet. We went back and sat down. But I knew Rocky wouldn't be doing this for no reason. Hoping it was an animal. It seemed most likely, and I guess I just hoped that it was just an animal. I relied on my bear spray for safety. I wasn't too worried for our safety. Rocky remained vigilant. Rocky stayed on high alert all night, but calmed slightly. We retired. We got in the tent and went to bed. Rocky exhausted. I could tell Rocky was tired, probably from all the anxiety, falling asleep quickly. Close his eyes and fall asleep soon. I followed. I did the same soon after. That night, I remember having a dream about walking through the woods at night, alone. Rocky wasn't with me, wandering off path. A high-pitched noise pierced the dream, relentless, until I shot awake. Rocky was nudging my face with his snout and whining in my ear. The high-pitched noise I was hearing in my dream, revealing he'd been trying to wake me for a while. I grabbed my light, sat up, and grabbed my flashlight, nerves taut, as I unzipped the tent and stepped out to look around. Activating the beam, I turned on the flashlights, prepared to scan the area. I was stunned when it lit up a person right in front of me, like maybe 10 feet away from the tent, clad in all black clothes with a hoodie draping over half of their face, only showing their distressed beard. A reflection coming from his hand revealed a small blade of a pocket knife shining the light back at me. I froze. My whole body went through a sudden shock. The man paused, froze for a moment, too, but moved forward until Rocky began growling. I hadn't noticed he'd come out of the tent and was standing right next to me. Rocky's growl gave me time, made the man hesitate as I quickly reached into the tent for the bear spray. By then, Rocky was aggressively barking and moving back and forth, putting himself between us. The man fled, didn't take any more steps forward, and just turned and ran into the woods. Rocky didn't chase after him. I dismantled camp, started taking everything down and packing as Rocky kept his head up and circled around the campsite, guarding the whole area. We hiked out, started back down the trail, my adrenaline tempered by knowing how well Rocky handled the situation. We escaped made it back safely, and got out of there. I reported it, did what I could to report the incident, but it went uninvestigated. Well, it wasn't really investigated. Since then, I've gone on several camping trips, and Rocky was back to his normal self, happy and exploring. I learned if he doesn't trust something, it's best to just get out of there. Story number 7, The Whistling Intruder. The house was a cocoon of silence, broken only by the soft patter of rain. But something was wrong. I sat in my office, the glow of my laptop a fragile shield against the darkness pressing at the windows. A sound came from the other side of the wall, a thump, sharp and deliberate, from a place that should be empty. The vacant unit next door wasn't supposed to breathe, but tonight it was alive with noises that didn't belong. And then, from within my own walls, a whistle began, a slow, chilling tune that froze my blood. I lived in a small 2-story townhouse and worked remotely from home. The place was modest, with a small kitchen and living room on the first floor and 2 bedrooms on the second floor. One of those rooms I used as my office. The unit connected to mine that I shared a wall with was vacant. Nobody lived there or had moved in over 3 months. On this rainy night, I was deep in work, the weather keeping me indoors. I sat in the office on my laptop for a good few hours. The house was quiet as usual, with the soft sounds of the rain outside ticking against the roof. The stillness was comforting, a backdrop to the hum of my keyboard. Between the quiet clicking of my keyboard, I heard a thump on the wall next to me. I looked over, sort of confused, and heard it again. This was on the shared wall with the vacant unit, and the sound was jarring in its clarity. After a few seconds of thinking, I thought that it must have been the owner checking up on something or preparing for a showing. I pushed it aside and kept working. Over the course of the next hour or so, I heard random sounds from the other units, creaks, thumps, and various other similar sounds. Oddly, they were spread out. A creak would pierce the silence, then minutes would pass before another noise, a faint shuffle, a muffled thud. The irregularity made them harder to ignore, each one tugging at my focus. Then I heard a door suddenly creak open and then pushed closed. This was louder than all the other sounds, sharp enough to make my pulse quicken. It had been months since I'd heard the sound of the other unit's door open and close, and the memory of its sound was vague. After a minute, I decided to take a break and leave the office, heading downstairs to check. I looked out the window next to the front door, seeing if maybe the owner's car was out there, but the street was empty. Nothing parked on the driveway or on the road. While down there, I didn't hear a single noise from the other unit. I assumed whoever it was had left. After checking out the door and double-checking it was locked, I returned upstairs. I wasn't sure how much longer I really wanted to work, for fatigue was setting in, and the strange noises had left a knot in my stomach. I told myself I'd do 30 more minutes. I closed the door to my office, sat down at my desk, and got as much done as I could. During that half hour, I never noticed any more of those sounds from the vacant unit, just the calm rain still trickling down outside. Relieved, I wrapped up, satisfied with my progress. Finally feeling good about the work I'd gotten done and feeling my eyelids getting heavy, I shut off my laptop and headed out of the office. Turning off the hallway lights and going into my bedroom, I was halfway through my bedtime routine when a sudden eerie and ominous sound echoed through the walls of the house. Someone was whistling, a slow, soft tune. I froze, my breath catching. I stood there, silently listening for a few moments, stunned by the sound's clarity and its suddenness. I quietly walked up to my bedroom door and cracked it open. As soon as I did, I could hear it much more clearly. It felt like it was too loud to be from the other unit or even outside. The whistle filled the house, a melody that wasn't music but a warning, curling through the air like smoke. Feeling really unsettled, I started walking down the hallway as the whistling persisted, its eerie notes echoing in the quiet. I made my way down the steps and moved toward the back of the house, where I could clearly hear the sound coming from. My heart pounded, each step heavier than the last. I peered around the corner into the living room. In the dark, unlit room, a man was sitting in the chair, facing the other way toward the black TV screen, continuing to whistle as he stared into the void. I could only see the general outline of him, a shadow in the gloom, but his hand that was on the armrest looked like it had something in it, like a small handgun. The sight was a jolt, my mind racing with questions. How did he get in? Why was he here? I knew he had to have known I was inside and probably heard me sneaking downstairs, yet he never looked back. He just stared forward, whistling. The tune was relentless, a slow, deliberate melody that seemed to mock my fear. I stood paralyzed, my thoughts a tangle of panic and indecision. Should I speak, run, hide? The weight of his presence was suffocating, the whistle a chain holding me in place. My heart was beating faster and faster before I made the sudden decision to run out of the house. I swung open the front door, the whistle following me as I fled into the rain. I only looked back once and didn't see him follow, but I did notice the door to the other unit was wide open. I reached the end of the street, my hands shaking as I called for help. When police got there, they could hear from outside that same eerie tune being whistled from inside. They approached carefully, going down to the living room and finding the man in the exact same position. They said he'd. I turned his head slightly to look at them, giving a short, crooked smile, then dropping his gun and letting them arrest him. He basically spoke nothing of what he was doing or had planned to do or why he was there. The officers speculated he might have wanted to be caught, but there's no information on the guy, no matching fingerprints or identification of any kind. Without him being cooperative, they had no way to find out who he really was or what drove him. I don't know what other ways that night could have gone down, but even thinking about other possibilities makes me uneasy. Every once in a while, though, I still hear that same eerie tune being whistled in the middle of my dreams, waking me in a cold sweat, fearing he's returned. The house I left behind still haunts me, its walls holding the echo of that whistle, a sound that never fades. I moved soon after, unable to stay in a place that felt violated. The new apartment is brighter, busier, but the memory of that night is a shadow that follows me. The police found no trace of how he entered, no forced locks, no broken windows. The open door to the vacant unit was the only clue, but it led nowhere. I think about the noises that preceded the whistle, the thumps and creaks, as if he'd been there for hours, testing the boundaries of my home. What was he waiting for? Why the whistle? That slow, deliberate tune that seemed to carry a message I couldn't decipher. I've tried to find answers, scouring local news, asking neighbors, but the man is a ghost. His motives a void. The rain still reminds me of that night, its soft patter a trigger for the unease that lingers. I keep my doors locked, my windows checked. But some part of me knows that safety is an illusion when someone can slip into your life, sit in your darkness, and whistle a tune that burrows into your soul. Sometimes in the quiet hours, I wonder if he's out there in another empty house, waiting for someone else to hear his song. I've changed jobs, moved cities, tried to rebuild a life free of that night's grip. But the whistle is a scar, a sound that surfaces in dreams or in moments of stillness, pulling me back to that living room, to the outline of a man who shouldn't have been there. I've learned to live with it, to push through the panic, but I can't shake the feeling that he left something behind, not in the house, but in me, a question that has no answer, a fear that has no end. The vacant unit next door was rented out eventually, its new tenants unaware of the man who might have walked its floors. I wonder if they hear noises, if they feel the weight of something watching. I hope they never do. But I know deep down that the whistle isn't gone. It's waiting, patient and eternal, for the next house, the next night, the next soul to claim. Story number 8, The Footsteps in the Storm. The storm roared, but the silence screamed. At 16, I lived in a small wooden house with my parents, tucked in a wooded neighborhood on the city's outskirts, far from the urban pulse where they worked. I lived in a small home with my parents at the time, sort of on the outskirts of the city. A massive storm loomed, clouds heavy with threat. But I made it home from school before the rain unleashed its fury. It was pretty cloudy and rainy all day, and everyone was talking about this big storm that was supposedly rolling in later tonight. The house groaned under the wind's assault, rain hammering the roof. But I settled in the living room, TV droning as the world outside darkened. As I watched TV in the living room with the windows open, the clouds got darker and darker, and then the rain got a lot worse. Something was coming, and it wasn't just the weather. The wind howled, but the knock was human. My phone blared a flash flood warning, and soon my mom called, her voice tense. Roads were impassable, stranding her and Dad in the city. My phone alarm suddenly screamed at me about a flash flood warning. My mom called. She said a bunch of the roads on the way home were apparently flooded over and that it was too dangerous for them to drive in. I assured her the house was holding, but solitude settled heavily. I said I was good here and the house seemed to be holding up, so it wasn't a big deal. In the kitchen, heating dinner, a faint knock cut through the storm's roar. Like wood striking wood, I thought I heard something that sounded like a knocks, like something knocking on wood. I dismissed it as wind-tossed debris. But it came again, sharp and deliberate, from the front door. I heard it again. This time, it kind of freaked me out because it sounded like it was at the front door. Someone was out there, and they shouldn't be. The mud lied, and the door betrayed. Fear rooted me to the couch, but silence followed, urging me to check. I kind of just sat frozen on the couch and waited for something to happen. Through the fogged peephole, I saw only rain's blur, no figures in the deluge. I walked up to the door and looked out the peephole. It was mostly fogged over. All I could see were the blurry shapes of heavy rain pouring down. I opened the door, relieved to find no one, until my eyes had caught fresh footsteps in the mud leading to the porch, untouched by the storm's wash. In the mud coming up to the porch, there were footsteps. It was clear by the repeating pattern through the mud that they were definitely footsteps. They'd been here, and they were recent. Given the weather, they had to be recent to not have been washed away already. I slammed the door, heart racing, torn between calling for help and rationalizing it as nothing. I felt a chill run through my body before I abruptly closed the door. The house darkened, and they were inside. I returned to the couch, TV volume low, ears straining for any sound beyond the storm. I went back to the couch and ate my dinner, keeping the TV volume a bit lower so I could listen to the storm. Exhaustion pulled me under, and I dozed off, the storm's rage a lullaby. At some point, I just laid down and passed out, waiting for my parents to get home. I woke to darkness, the house unlit, the storm unrelenting. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't sure why I'd woken up, but the whole house was dark, and the storm was just as loud as it was earlier. Missed calls from my parents lit my phone. They were stuck, spending the night in a hotel. I had multiple missed calls and unopened texts from my parents. They were just asking if I was okay and said the roads were still too bad to drive in and they had to get a hotel in the city for the night. Then I heard it, a footstep, heavy and deliberate, right above me. It was a single footstep on the wooden floor right above me. They hunted, and I hid. The sound wasn't the storm, it was inside. From my bedroom upstairs, it was unmistakably a footstep inside the house, specifically in my bedroom, which was the room directly above me. My pulse thundered as more steps followed, slow and searching, crossing my room toward the hallway. I followed the sound of the footsteps, staring at the ceiling as they slowly moved through my room. Then they started going toward the door into the upstairs hallway. I silenced my phone and slipped into the downstairs bathroom. Locking the door in the dark, I turned my phone on silent and quietly ran into the small downstairs bathroom in the main hallway. Keeping the lights off and carefully closing the door behind me and locking it. Whispering to 911, I gave my details, keeping the call live as footsteps descended the stairs. Passing the bathroom, heading to the kitchen, I called 911. I whispered my name, my address, and what was happening. I began hearing the footsteps making their way down the stairs. They vanished, but the fear stayed. The steps stopped. Silence stretching until a bang at the front door heralded police, their voices cutting through the storm. A sudden bang at the front door sounded and police called out. I rushed out, but the house was empty, the back door ajar, proof of their escape. The sliding back door was cracked open, leaving the eerie evidence of their absence. The storm had masked their entry, my sleep saving me from their path through my room. The sound of them breaking inside was drowned out by the heavy storm keeping me asleep. They'd come for me, and I'd never know who. It seems clear that they were looking for me. Years later, the unknown haunts, man or woman, stranger or someone I knew, their intent to shadow that lingers. I never saw the person, so I literally know nothing about them. Whether they're a man or woman, teenager or adult, someone I knew or someone I didn't know. Story number 9, Whispers in the Rainy Night. The suburban neighborhood outside the small city stretched like a silent tapestry, its streets glistening under a moon veiled by clouds, hiding truths no resident should uncover. I stepped into my home, the air heavy with the scent I couldn't place. Rain, earth, something older, something that clung to the walls, something that knew my name. The living room flickered, its lights warping as if the house itself was bending time, casting shadows that danced with a life of their own. I was no stranger to quiet nights, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth that pulsed in the dark, a truth that followed me. The windows rattled, their panes glinting under the storm's breath, their reflections warped, showing not just the rain, but fragments of others. Faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I moved to the couch, my leftovers warming, but the air grew denser, thick with a weight that pressed against my might. The mirror by the door glinted, its surface bending, revealing not just me, but a silhouette, a man fleeting, its eyes burning with a truth I couldn't face. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the remote. But the silhouette was gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name. The night deepened, the neighborhood's pulse a drumbeat under the rain, but the darkness was a predator, its shadows creeping, its truths whispering in the silence. I checked the locks, their metal cold, their surfaces etched with faint lines, almost symbols that glowed faintly before fading. The windows pulsed, their glass alive, as if breathed upon by an unseen force, their patterns forming shapes I didn't want to name, shapes that pulsed like a heartbeat. The house wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here. The kitchen loomed, its counters a frail refuge, but the shadows lingered, their edges too sharp, too alive, as if the house was watching, waiting. I was no stranger to solitude, to the quiet of home, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The neighborhood was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't unsee. I sat, my food cold, my eyes fixed on the door, but the shadows moved, their presence a mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. The rain tapped, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its mirrors holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a resident, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my peace, a secret that refused to fade. The neighborhood was a record, a keeper of truths, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. I leaned back, my mind racing, but the shadows stirred, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the source. I live alone in a pretty quiet, cozy neighborhood in a suburban town outside of a small city. I'd been there for several years and really had no issues with it. I knew most of my neighbors and felt like our town was just really quiet and calm. Nothing much ever happened, and I was able to just live my life in peace. The house's pulse was a spark, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me. This was in the middle of spring. I'd gotten out of work after a long 12-hour shift, driving home in the dark around 9 o'clock p. The roads were empty, and the neighborhood was still in dark, as most people had been hunkered down inside from the pouring rain for the past several days now. I pulled into my home and went inside, warming up some leftovers in the oven and resting on the couch as I settled in for the night. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me but fragments of others. Faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. Only 10-ish minutes after I gotten home, though there was a rather loud knock at the front door, I was really put off by it, unsure who it could be or what it could be for. But I got up and saw a man standing on my porch. He had a black rain jacket on and looked drenched. I opened the door. The house's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air. A truth that followed me to the door. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. The house's shadows deepened as I stood by the door, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest, but the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I gripped the handle, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the walls glinted, their plaster etched with faint lines, almost symbols, that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place. Rain, earth, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I peered out the porch, stretching, its boards creaking, as if the house was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the window glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, voices in yield, footsteps on paths, faces I didn't know but felt I should, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the house was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The house wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, its counters a frail refuge, but the shadows lingered, their edges too sharp, too alive, as if the house was watching, waiting. The night was a wait, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a resident, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my peace, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the house disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to solitude, to the quiet of home, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The neighborhood was a record, a canvas of lives pent and lost. Its streets holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I sat, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the window, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. "Can I help you with something?" The man looked at me for a moment. His eyes were droopy, like he was very tired, and his face was stiff and motionless. He looked a bit older than me, maybe in his early 30s, with a dark beard and longish brown hair soaked by the rain. Finally, he answered, speaking slowly and without much emotion, explaining that his dog jumped his fence and he wanted to know if I'd seen it. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others. Faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. I said, "No, that I haven't seen anything." He nodded in an understanding way, but his eyes wandered past me and into my house as he slowly turned away and walked off the porch. I closed the door. I thought the guy was kind of weird, but maybe he was just really tired and frustrated, especially with all this happening at night and in rainy weather. I hoped he'd find his dog soon, though the house's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me back to the couch. The house wasn't empty. It was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude, and aside from that, I went back to the couch and forgot about it. I want to say I was sitting there watching TV for maybe 15 minutes before there was a sudden knock at the front door again. Immediately, I was sure it was the same guy, but I had no idea why he'd come back. I got up very confused and sort of concerned as well. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The house's shadows lingered as I stood by the door, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest, but the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I gripped the handle, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the walls glinted, their plaster etched with faint lines, almost symbols that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place. Rain, earth, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I peered outside, the porch stretching, its boards creaking as if the house was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the window glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but into fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty. It was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory, not my own. I saw flashes, voices and footsteps on paths, faces I did not know, but felt I should. Their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the house was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The house wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. As I moved to the kitchen, its counters a frail refuge, but the shadows lingered, their edges too sharp, too alive, as if the house was watching, waiting. The night was await, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a resident, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my peace, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the house disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to solitude, to the quiet of home, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The neighborhood was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its streets holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I sat, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the window, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. Sure enough, when I looked out, I saw the same guy standing behind the door. I opened it, and this time I wasn't quite as friendly, just straight up asking him what he wanted. He had that same cold look as before. The man pointed toward the side of my house and said he saw his dog run into my backyard and asked if he could go look around back there. The way he said it was kind of strange, though the mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. I'm not sure how to explain it, but yeah, something was clearly not right. To get him off my back, and in case he was telling the truth, I said, "Sure, he could go back there and look around." He said, "Thank you." But at the same time as I was starting to close the door, he took a step forward, almost like he thought I was going to let him inside to lead him through the house to my back door. The house's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me to the kitchen. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. I just continued closing the door, though I'm not sure why he would have thought that when he could easily just walk around the house into my backyard. I looked out to make sure he left, and he did, going around to the side of my house. After all of that, though, I wasn't too comfortable with the guy just wandering around. So I went to the kitchen where I could watch out the back door. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The house's shadows followed me as I stood in the kitchen. The night's pulse, a drum beat in my chest. But the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I leaned against the counter, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom. But the windows glinted, their glass etched with faint lines, almost symbols that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place. Rain, earth, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I peered outside, the backyard stretching, its grass swaying as if the house was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the sink glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty. It was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, voices in nods, footsteps on paths, faces I didn't know but felt I should, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the house was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The house wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I moved to the window, its glass a frail refuge, but the shadows lingered, their edges too sharp or too alive, as if the house was watching, waiting. The night was a wait, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a resident, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my peace, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the house disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to solitude, to the quiet of home, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The neighborhood was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its streets holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I sat, my coffee caught, my eyes fixed on the yard, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. I didn't like stare at him through the door or anything, but I cleaned up some stuff on the counters while occasionally looking back at what he was up to. Every time I looked, it seemed like he was just walking around the perimeter of the yard, until one time I looked back and his face was right behind the glass looking in at me. It literally made me jump. I yelled through the glass asking what he wanted. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. He called out asking if his dog was inside my house. What the hell was wrong with this guy? I sternly said no, clearly showing that I was getting impatient with him. But the man kept asking, wanting me to let him in the house to look around for his dog. He'd bang on the door every time I wouldn't answer. The house's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me to the phone. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. I could see it in his face that he was getting unnervingly angry at the fact that I wouldn't let him in. It was getting kind of horrifying as he kept hitting the door and yelling at me. I called the police. Only then, once he saw me take my phone out, did he finally stop and leave, which only made it more suspicious as to what he was truly up to. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The house's shadows followed me as I stood by the phone, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest. But the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I gripped the receiver, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the windows glinted, their glass etched with faint lines, almost symbols, that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place. Rain, earth, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The house wasn't just a shelter, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I peered outside, the yard stretching, its grass swaying as if the house was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the sink glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy, with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, voices in yards, footsteps on paths, faces I didn't know but felt I should. Their eyes are hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the house was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The house wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I stepped outside. The night await, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a resident, a man marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my peace, a secret that refused to fade. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The street was a refuge, its lights a frail shield, but the house's pulse followed, its presence a mystery that pulsed in the dark. The morning came, its light a blur, but the house disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to solitude, to the quiet of home, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The neighborhood was a record, a canvas of lives bent and lost, its streets holding echoes of those who'd shared it, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I stood by the window, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the yard. But the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. Police came and took a report from me of what happened and what he looked like and all that sort of stuff. But that's where it was left at. There wasn't much they could do right then and there. However, unfortunately, a week later, there was an incident really similar to mine. It's unclear if he forced his way in or was just allowed inside by the victims. But the story was almost exactly the same as what happened to me. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know. Eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. A man came knocking on their door looking for his dog, only for it to take an awful turn. It makes me even more disturbed by that night. The man came by my place doing the same thing. Had I listened to him or been any more willing to help, I could have suffered a similar fate to the others. The house's pulse was a weight. Its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me into the morning. The house wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. I sat, the silence a lie, its stillness a mask for truths that stirred in the dark. The house was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The neighborhood's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in my mind, a truth that haunted my nights, a mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery I carried forever. Story number 10. The Stalkers in the Night. The campfire's glow flickered, casting shadows into the Minnesota woods. Footsteps crunched closer, deliberate, unseen in the dark. A voice hissed outside the tent, malice dripping from its words. Eyes watched from the trees, their intent cold and cruel. Some threats wear human faces, but their hunger is ancient. 2 years ago, my fiancé and I were on a camping trip at a familiar campground 30 minutes from our small Minnesota town, a place we'd pitched our tent the year before. We're an interracial couple. My fiancé is a person of color, living in a predominantly white, conservative, and racist area where glares and mutters followed us. The first night, we heard noises in the woods, heavy shuffling around our tent, which we dismissed as deer. The campsite to our right was occupied, the left empty, each plot 150 yards apart, the woods dense and watchful. On the second day, we returned to our campsite after a family outing. My fiancé's surprise proposal warming the evening. Someone had been in our tent. Blankets tossed, clothes strewn, my backpack rummaged, underwear missing. We were young and decided it was fine. Assuming the intruder wouldn't return, we set up a campfire, roasting hot dogs and s'mores, celebrating our engagement with quiet joy. After putting out the fire, we went into the tent. The night still, our laughter soft. We heard noises again, clear footsteps, a man whispering. Our eyes widened, hearts racing as another man's voice joined. Their steps circling our tent, deliberate, predatory. My fiancé whispered, "I need to pee," and I nodded. The bathroom up the hill, a drive for lower cities like ours. As we dressed, a light went on, and a man's voice spoke outside the tent. "What are you doing?" Its malice was a blade, his snicker chilling, as if he saw through the canvas. We decided to run, my fiancé grabbing his pocket knife and keys, pulling me out. Footsteps chased us, then veered toward another site as we reached the car. In the bathroom, we weighed options: sleep in the car, drive to town, but chose to pack and flee. We drove back, packing in 5 minutes. Tent bundled with belongings, chairs tossed in. I grabbed our nameplate, my full name exposed as we sped away. I saw our assailants. 2 tall white men emerging from the woods, one in camo hunting gear, the other in a Confederate flag tank top. Both wielding unsheathed hunting knives, they'd driven past our sight, glaring, muttering, their truck marked with the same flag. One chased us, stopped by the other, the camo man's evil smile and slow head shake freezing my blood. We took winding roads home, calling my dad, who dismissed our fear as paranoia. The hum of that night clung to us, a warning that those men weren't just men. Their knives not just steel, their hate a hunger older than the woods. The hum of that night was a scar, its echo pulsing in our Minneapolis apartment, the woods, darkness seeping into our sleep. I was convinced it was a racially motivated attack. The men's Confederate flag and glares no coincidence in a campground where my fiancée was the only non-white person. Their knives, their stalking were a ritual. Their hate a fire fed by the area's silent bigotry. We never told anyone but my dad, his dismissal a weight, leaving us to carry the terror alone. We were lucky to escape, our reckless sprint to the car a miracle, but the hum warned they weren't done. We avoided the campground, its name a curse, but the hum followed, a whisper in the city's noise. The men's faces, camo's smile, the flaggers' hollow eyes haunted me, their knives glinting in every shadow. I checked our locks, fearing they'd seen my nameplate, my identity, a map to our door. We heard footsteps at night, not deer, but human, circling our building, the hum singing their return. My fiancé's pocket knife stayed close, its blade a frail shield against the men's hunger, their intent a void I couldn't name. I researched the campground, finding whispers of attacks, campers harassed, tents ransacked, always non-white targets. A forum post, deleted, spoke of hunters in camo, knives unsheathed, vanishing into the woods. The hum grew louder, glyphs, faint, organic, warm, appearing on our walls, our skin marking us. I called the police reporting the incident, but they found no record, no trace of the men. Their truck a ghost. The campsite was empty, they said, but the hum disagreed. Its chant a map to the woods. Their eyes. We moved, hoping a new apartment would silence the hum, but it followed, the glyphs spreading. Our dreams filled with footsteps, whispers. I got chills thinking how close we were to being killed. Their knives not for hunting game but us. My fiancé's skin, my love, their target, a hate older than the trees. We didn't return, but the campground called, its hum in every creak, every glare from strangers echoing the men's. I installed cameras, their feeds flickering with shadows. Camo flashlights gone when I blinked. One night, the hum roared. A man's voice outside our window, "What are you doing?" We froze, eyes wide, the malice his, the snicker theirs. We ran, keys in hand, to the car, footsteps chasing, fading into the city's dark. The hum was in us, its glyphs a brand, their hate a curse we couldn't outrun. They were still out there, their knives ready, their smiles eternal, stalking not just us but the woods, the night, the world, waiting for the next fire to douse, the next tent to claim. The hum was our prison, our new St. Paul apartment, a fragile wall against the woods' hunger. Their evil smile, their knives, were etched in my blood. The camel man's head shake a promise of return. We escaped, but the threat lingered. The hum, a chain linking us to that night. Its glyphs, warm, pulsing, spreading on my skin, my fiancé's, our mirrors. The campground was no accident. Its isolation a stage for their hate, our love their prey. I never told anyone. The hum silencing me, its whisper louder than my fear. They see you. We quit camping, the outdoors a trap, but the hum followed, its footsteps in every alley, every glare from a passing truck. I saw them. 2 men, camo, flag, watching, their knives glinting in my dreams, their trucks rumble in the city's hum. I checked our cameras, finding shadows, tall, armed, gone in a blink. The police dismissed us, their files empty. But the hum showed me the woods were theirs, a kingdom of hate where knives sang, where love like ours was a crime. My scar black, veined, alive, burned, the glyphs a map to their world. I sought answers, finding a local paper's archive, a camper attacked, their tent slashed, the assailants hunters in camo, never caught. The hum confirmed it, its glyphs glowing, naming them. Keepers of a hate older than the campground, their knives a ritual. I contacted the park ranger, his voice tense, saying the site was empty, but the hum laughed, its song a trail to their fire. We were targeted, my fiancé's skin a beacon, my name a lure, their smile a vow to finish what began. We moved again to a rural cabin, hoping solitude would break the hum, but it grew. The glyphs on our walls a forest, their footsteps circling at night. I got chills, their whisper outside our window, their knives in every creek. I burned our photos, fearing they'd seen my name, but the hum kept them, their eyes in every flame. We ran to motels, cities, but the footsteps followed. The hum a broadcast, you're ours. My fiancé's eyes glowed faintly, like mine. The glyphs, his scar, our love a curse they hunted. One night, the hum roared. 2 men outside our motel, camo and flag, nails unsheathed, their smile eternal. We fled, the car our tent, their footsteps chasing, fading into the dark. The hum was us, its glyphs our blood, their hate a god we couldn't kill. They're out there, their knives a hymn, their woods a world where love dies. I write this to warn, but the hum scripts my words, its glyphs my fate, their smile my end, stalking us forever in the night. Story number 11, The Roommate's Gaze. The camp dorm loomed silent, its narrow halls echoing with the stillness that pressed against my chest as I unpacked, the air thick with a damp chill that clung to my skin. The walls seemed to close in, their faded paint hiding shadows that shifted with a life of their own. And a shiver ran through me, not from the cold, but from an unseen presence. The other girl's whispers faded, leaving me exposed. A force lingered, its intent threading through the room, marking me as its target in the quiet. The bunk beds creaked under my weight, each movement amplified by the oppressive silence, as if the building held its breath. I paused, my breath shallow, the air growing heavier, a tension that prickled my nerves. My heart thudded as the stillness warped, a faint rustle rising from the shadows, a sound that carried a threat. The isolation of the shared room, cut off from the counselor's oversight, amplified my unease. No allies, no escape, just me and the entity stirring within my roommate's gaze. Something was awakening, its presence a weight I couldn't ignore. I settled into the routine, the camp's harsh regime a backdrop, when a sensation gripped me, a pull, a weight that dragged my attention to Mary's eyes. The air thickened, and her smiles, too wide, too forced, masked something sinister as she watched me unpack. My pulse raced as I tried to connect, her presence a mirror to my hopes, yet tinged with an unease I couldn't name. The dorm was no longer a refuge. It had become a cage, and her gaze was the lock. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter, but the air grew cold, a void settling as Mary sat beside me, her stare piercing through the noise. Her voice softened, her questions probing deeper than friendship allowed, and my skin crawled with dread. My hands trembled as I ate, her isolation tactics weaving a web around me, the camp structure a facade for her control. The room was a battlefield, and her gaze was the weapon, pulling me into a trap I couldn't see. The pool's surface shimmered, a false promise of relief, but the water turned icy, a weight pressing as Mary called me over. Her hands gripped my neck, her intent a shock that stole my breath, and the deep end became a prison. My chest tightened as I fought free, her stare following me to the edge, a predator's call. The camp had turned hostile, and her gaze was a chain binding me to a night of terror I couldn't escape. So, when I was 13, my parents sent me to an all-girls fitness camp to work on becoming the best version of me. Well, let's be honest here. It was a fat camp, and it was as horrible as you can imagine. Bad food, all-day exercise, and god-awful counselors. The camp took place on a college campus where they had us sleeping in dorms of 2 girls per room, but I had high hopes that it wouldn't be a complete waste of a summer, as my roommate seemed like a great girl. Let's call her Mary. We had similar interests and the same style. It seemed like a perfect match. We would chat late into the night, planning our escape from the camp, bemoaning having to give up our cell phones, though secretly I had managed to sneak mine in, and talking about our families and how much they sucked for sending us here. The warning hinted at trouble. To be honest, I was surprised that she was even at this camp. She was actually pretty fit, and her parents had signed her up for the whole summer versus mine only sending me for 2 weeks. Only 2 days into being at this place, I was pulled aside by another girl who I had become close friends with. She warned me that Mary had a lot of issues, and the reason why she had been sleeping alone for X amount of time was because no one else wanted a room with her. Well, I brushed it off thinking it was just rumors and the other girls being mean. That day at lunch, Mary seemed rather mad at me, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why. So, when I got a chance, I asked her what was up. She ranted at me about how everyone was so mean, and was I going to leave too? She went on to explain how this one girl she was rooming with switched rooms because she made friends with this popular girl, and that she made up lies to be popular. And silly me, I believed her. The isolation deepened her control. We continued hanging out, and only now do I realize how she was keeping me from hanging out with everyone else. Near the end of my first week, the camp took us on a long walk over the local pool. It was a big deal as it was super hot and only a once-a-week activity. Mary and I were super excited to go. When we got there, we quickly claimed some chairs and left our stuff there. As Mary had been at the camp for several months, she didn't have to pass some stupid can you swim test that I assume is mandatory in most camp settings. So, we were separated for about 20 minutes. After I passed was flying colors. Thank you to the swim team. I jumped into the pool and just started floating around. I heard her calling my name and saw her waving me over to the deep end of the pool. The attack shattered my trust. I swam over and asked her what was up, and she said she wanted to show me something. Next thing I know, her hands are around my neck, and she is shoving me underwater. Now, I am a good swimmer, and I'm very capable of holding my breath for quite a long time. But never in my life had anything like this happened to me, and I panicked and opened my mouth to scream. Luckily, before my mind had even processed what was happening, I had kicked up my legs and shoved her back and made a desperate escape. Somehow, I managed to swim away and pull myself out of the pool. As I caught my breath and began to process what had just happened, I looked back at her. She was just staring at me, not having moved. I quickly grabbed my stuff and ran into the bathroom and called my mom. The truth revealed a pattern of danger. I was in tears as I explained what happened, and it was very obvious she didn't believe me. I stayed in that bathroom until we left to go back to the camp. I didn't leave the counselor's side the entire walk back. When we arrived back at the camp, I was pulled aside by one of the women in charge. She very rudely demanded I give her my cell phone. I, of course, denied having one and asked why she thought I did. She told me that my parents had called about some assault that happened to me, and they told them I had called. Quickly, I excused it, saying I had borrowed a phone from a lady at the pool. Thankfully, they bought it. They told me that I would be moved to a new room the next day and that I had to spend the night with Mary one last time. Furiously, I begged them to please let me sleep on the floor of another girl's room, but they insisted I was being melodramatic. The night of terror left a scar. As soon as I was left alone again, I raced to the closest bathroom and called my mom. That's when I learned the truth about Mary. I wasn't her second roommate, not her third, fourth, or fifth. I was the sixth girl to stay in a room with her. 3 of her roommates had left camp early, and the other 2 had switched rooms at the first opportunity. All 5 other girls had made allegations of violence from Mary against them, but the camp refused to do anything and insisted she was just being a troubled girl who wanted to make new friends. Or as they told my parents, well, she has had some issues in the past. That night, I didn't sleep at all, and neither did Mary. She sat up in bed staring at me all night. I could feel her watching me, and I was just terrified. I had my phone clutch in my hand with 911 dialed and ready to call at any moment. I practically cried when the sun came up. The escape brought lasting trauma. That day, I was moved to a new room in a different building and somehow managed to break my foot in the process. So, my parents drove up and took me home with a cast on my foot to commemorate my time there. To this day, I have had issues from what this girl did to me, and I have never been able to live with roommates or make friends as easily. So, Mary, wherever you are out there, let's never meet again. The dorm's silence became a prison. Mary's stare, her attack, her history, all wove a web of control that clung to the room's walls. The counselor's dismissal, the night's vigil, left me trapped. Her gaze a blade cutting into my trust. I left with a broken foot, a broken spirit, the camp a memory of betrayal. The gaze lingered, a shadow on my peace, a reminder of a predator masked as a friend. The pool's betrayal deepened the wound. The water, once a haven, turned into a battleground. Her hands a shackle I fought to break. The camp's refusal to act. The other girl's warnings painted a picture of neglect. Her violence a pattern I narrowly escaped. I called for help, my tears a plea ignored, the dorm a cage for one more night. Her stare followed, a threat etched in my mind, a trauma that reshaped my bonds. The truth's weight altered my life. The 6 roommates, the violence, the camp's apathy, all revealed a system that failed me. Mary's night-long watch, my 911 grip, marked a terror that broke my sleep, my trust. I limped home, the cast a badge of survival, but the scars ran deeper. Her gaze became a ghost, haunting my solitude, a lesson in vigilance I couldn't unlearn. Story number 12, The Silent Horseshoe. You settle into a forest clearing, the rustle of leaves hiding a tread heavier than nature allows. Not the chirp of crickets or the snap of twigs, but a silence that masks a watcher. In 3 minutes, you'll feel eyes on you where no one should be, a presence beyond the trees. This isn't a tale of spectral lights or cursed grounds. It's a brush with the unseen in a place you thought was safe. What if the wilderness you trust turns against you with silent steps? Welcome to a campsite where peace hides a predator. The night whispered unease as we unpacked. I've roamed Oregon's woods my whole life, a seasoned camper with my wife, daughter, and 2 German shepherds. I have been camping, solo backpacking, and hunting my whole life in Oregon, and I felt comfortable in the woods and have a deep respect for nature. We chose a secluded horseshoe off a USFS road, perfect for our dog's privacy. A few years ago, my wife, daughter, and 2 German shepherds went camping north of Mount Jefferson, Oregon. It was not an established campsite, just a nice horseshoe off a USFS road that had flat grounds, full trees, and a fire pit. But the first night's heavy footsteps stirred dread. That whole first night, neither my wife nor I could sleep. We both heard footsteps, and they were heavy. The dog sensed it, and so did we. Guts, the male shepherd, guarded my daughter in her tent, just feet from ours. The first night, my daughter wanted to sleep by herself in a 2-man tent right next to ours. He made the male German shepherd sleep. Guts is his name, with her in the tent, armed with pistols and a rifle. I felt secure, but the steps were no deer. I was well armed because I was paranoid from reading recently, before departing, about a dad in California who was shot and killed in a tent next to his 2 infant daughters. The forest held its breath, and we felt the weight. All in all, nothing but bad vibes and loud footsteps occurred that night, which I ultimately decided were deer or maybe some elk. Morning revealed a darker truth. We walked the road and Guts bolted toward an abandoned path. Day 2, morning. We go for a walk down the road and maybe 300 foot away, I see an abandoned road where a rusted gate post. The gate was missing, was covered in vegetation. Something of a blue color caught my eye, and Guts immediately took off running down this abandoned road. I chased him, fearing a confrontation, but found a campsite destroyed. As I get closer, I know something is wrong. It had all the necessities for a campsite, including a cooler, propane burner, tent, blankets, and folding table. But every single item had been completely destroyed, smashed, and torn from what appeared to be claw marks. Claw marks, not animals. Something else had been here. The ruined campsite haunted us. The flattened propane tank and cooler hinted at a force beyond nature. I figured someone left in a hurry, and animals got to the rest as the only logical explanation. Still, the propane tank and cooler were flattened by something, and it certainly wasn't snowpack with tree coverage in that spot. We puzzled over it, the air thick with unease. Later, Guts dashed toward my wife, sensing danger. As the afternoon rolls in, I and my daughter are playing bocce ball at the campsite, and my wife goes walking maybe 70 feet north to do her business. All of a sudden, I see Guts make a mad dash straight towards her. She felt watched, her hair's rising. I asked my wife what happened, and she said, "I was trying to pee." And all of a sudden, I felt all my hairs raise. I knew somebody was watching me, and then I saw Guts running towards me. Leah clung to us, a rare break from her lead. We fortified our camp, fear guiding our hands. An old rope alarm, weathered and broken, mirrored ours on the same tree. Before we go to bed, I put a rope with a makeshift coin alarm around the perimeter of our campsite. As I go to tie my last corner off in a tree near our tent, our third mystery item unveils itself. It looks like someone has done the same exact thing I've done with a rope that was so old and brown I didn't see it at first. Paranoia peaked, and I fired my .45 into the dirt. I made them sit in the truck, and I fired a clip of my .40 into the dirt as a signal to whatever was out there that we were armed. The night passed silent. The dogs at ease. That night, we heard no footsteps, and the dogs never perked up and barked. Reflection brought dread. The missing 411 documentary revealed clusters near our side. Fast forward to today, and I watched the Amazon Missing Fossil Hunter documentary, and I noticed the cluster is smack dab close to where we camped that weekend. The abandoned campsite's claw marks lingered in my mind. A flood of dread rushes me as I think of that mysterious abandoned campsite with the ripped tent and smashed cooler and cooktop. We've camped since, but that place's shadow remains. We have been camping since then and have enjoyed the beauty of the Northwest, but there was something there at that place that possibly took or harmed someone else at less than 300 feet away from where we camped. Guts saved us, a guardian in the wild. Guts was doing his thing so well that afternoon. Story number 13, The Haunting of the Abandoned Asylum. The abandoned town in Canada's wilderness was a ghost of its past, its crumbling buildings whispering tales of forgotten lives. I grew up in this nowhere place, where boredom drove me and my friends to seek thrills in the decaying shells of old structures. The mental hospital, once paired with the daycare I'd attended as a child, loomed largest in our dares, its shuttered halls a siren call for adventure. That night, fog and rain cloaked the world, turning our laughter into echoes of unease as we breached its gates. A crash from the psych ward's depths silenced our bravado, pulling us into a maze of rusted doors and rotting air. Was it the building's decay, or had we stumbled into the lair of something or someone still clinging to its shadows? In a blood-soaked room, a man's twisted grit and chilling words shattered our courage, forcing a desperate flight from a nightmare we'd never unsee. What was he doing there? And why do I still hear his whispers in the dark? I lived in the middle of nowhere in Canada, in an old town that had quite a few abandoned buildings due to absence of residents. Me and many friends were tired of the lack of entertainment options for us. So what we did was explore these abandoned buildings. Before this incident, we never had anything too crazy happen to us. We'd seen a small bit of blood-like liquid or a pentagram on the grounds from someone who went to a house previously, but nothing too bad till the last time I'd gone exploring. As a child, I used to go to a daycare that was part of a mental hospital, an odd pairing, but it closed down to a lack of patience and lack of children at the daycare. I decided to go back there with my friends, a group of thrill seekers. Most of them were very bold and cocky. We were in a group of 5. The scene was eerie, fog, and it was rather dark, and there was a light drizzle of rain. We reached the main gate, which was padlocked shut, and decided to help each other hop over it, and made a ton of noise, laughing and giggling the whole time, unsuspecting of what was to come. We explored the small play place and park area with the flashlights that we had on our person, but our visibility was rather limited. A curiosity pulled us inside. We decided to enter the decaying building. Inside, glass and dirt crunched under our feet as we stepped into the daycare section of the complex. Remnants lingered, old Legos and wood chips from the previous furniture, old torn dolls and toys thrown about. As we ventured deeper, the further we walked around the daycare section, we naturally became more and more silent, until all we could hear was the crunch of the dirt under our feet. I spotted some crayons in a plastic container in the corner of the room, and as I walked over to pick them up, a loud crash erupted from behind a metal door leading to the psych ward part of the building. We froze. My friends and I all looked at each other. My friend Brian, ever daring, suggested that we go to look and see where the sound came from. I hesitated. Personally, I was not too fond of that idea, but peer pressure won. With my group of friends, there was no way anyone was going to decline such a thing. We approached, stacked up to the door, and opened it. Struggling against it was rusted to the floor, and we heaved to get it open. Entering, the metallic smells and must became stronger, mixed with a hint of something else, which I couldn't put my finger on. Our flashlights pointed in every direction as Brian, leading the group through tight hallways, flanked by occasional metal doorway, some with doors open. The air was stifling. I felt slightly claustrophobic, and it felt a little hard to breathe. As we pressed on, Brian lit his flashlight into a room, halting us. We all stopped walking as Brian slowly entered. I asked, "What is it?" He replied, I thought I saw someone here, but it seems fine now. I suspected a prank, thought he was just messing with us to increase our anxiety, but later believed he was being completely honest. We moved deeper, continued walking deeper into the psych ward, until another friend swiftly told us to stop. We listened, hearing the subtle pitter-patter of footsteps echo through the hallway ahead. Fear gripped us. We all looked at each other, fear in each of our eyes. But Brian continued walking towards the sound. We debated fleeing. We'd considered turning back for a second without Brian, fearing some ghost or someone was in the building, but loyalty held. We couldn't do that to him. The sensation intensified. The closer we got, the more I felt like I was being watched. Entering a room on the right, we were hit by the smell of rotting meat. Before us lay a dead deer. Its innards were spilled all over the floor, stained the concrete. A friend retched, vomited all over the floor. Then we heard whispering from somewhere. Brian's light found a man with short hair, standing with his head down in the corner, wearing a bright green t-shirt stained with what I assumed was blood and torn beige pants. No socks on, and his feet seemed damaged. Twitching sporadically and continued to mumble. We stared, transfixed, until he looked up at us with a haunting grin that chilled us, asking, "You guys here for the feast?" Panic erupted, kicked us over the edge, and we bolted out of that room all the way back to the daycare center. We tried to slam it shut, but the rust and pure weight of the door almost kept it open. It actually took 3 of us pulling with all of our strength to close it. Glimpsing the silhouette of the man watching us with his white teeth before it sealed, we sat behind the metal door, catching our breath, confirming, all looking at each other for confirmation that we all saw the same thing. A light tapping on the door spurred us to flee. We decided that it was time to leave and booked it out of the vicinity completely and ran home. Later, police went back to do a routine search of the area and found the man, a former patient who used to go to the psych ward before it was closed down. He'd escaped the facility he was transferred to and lived off the wildlife, suffering a series of diseases and sicknesses from eating raw meat. His mental condition was much worse. Rumors swirled. He did kill someone in the forest while searching for food once, but nothing has been confirmed. The warning lingered. Be careful, especially in dangerous areas like abandoned buildings. I avoided those ruins after, haunted by his grin, researching the hospital's dark past, tales of neglect and vanishings, but found no answers. The forest around it feels alive, whispering his words, daring me to return. Story number 14, The Crawling Woman. The rain fell in torrents, a curtain of sound that drowned the world. But something else was out there. I trudged through the flooded parking lot, the church's shadow looming, unaware of the eyes that followed me. A splash broke the static of the storm, not from my boots, but from a corner where darkness held its breath. She was there, a shape in the water, not human, but something that wore its form, moving with a hunger I felt in my bones. And when she crawled, the night became a scream, and I ran, knowing she was already too close. The house I live in is only a couple 100 meters away from a small church in a suburb. Although I was brought up as a Christian, I was never really that religious, and my visits to the church were rare, mostly dragged along by family or friends as a kid. My dad died when I was a teenager, and we stopped going as a family altogether. Now I'm 21, and I only pass by the church on my way to the city, using a dirt road beside it that leads to the parking lot behind a major road where I caught a bus to work. It was closer than the village gate and required just one bus ride. I'm not an easily scared man, nor have I previously experienced lasting trauma after being scared. But what I saw that night by the church has carved itself into my soul. The sky was clear when I left for work, stars sharp above, so I didn't bring an umbrella. I climbed over to the parking lot gate because it was chained shut. The guard didn't care. The church staff knew my family well. I work at a hotel as a line cook, a job that grinds you down with long hours. I have to leave home before the sunrise, and most days I work long after it is set. The only time I get to see the sun is if I'm assigned to a station at the buffet with a poolside view. That day, I was stuck in the windowless kitchen, the heat of stoves my only companion. I was surprised to see the flooded streets when I clocked out. It had been raining heavily all afternoon, and it subsided around sunset. The streets were a mess. Traffic frozen in the deluge. Flooded streets meant standstill traffic for at least a couple of hours. This wasn't that uncommon. I had dealt with similar situations before. It meant I could nap on the bus, so I didn't mind too much. The rain returned with a vengeance, hammering the bus windows. I'm not too far off from the church parking lot, so I decided to get off the bus and start walking when it stalled. I put my phone and wallet in my waterproof backpack, which held a spare shirt, my house key, and my knife set. I didn't mind getting wet. Around this time, the parking lot gate was already chained shut, but I climbed over it like I usually do. It was flooded knee-deep in the parking lot, the water cold and murky. There was no security guard at the outpost. I assumed he'd taken shelter in the church. It was really dark, but I focused on the small amount of light coming from the houses in the distance. They were faint dots, guiding me forward. I trudged my way through the open parking lot when I hear this strange sloshing at the far corner to my left. Due to the heavy rain, I couldn't clearly make out what was there, but I knew that I wasn't alone. The lot's lights were off, the storm's roar, a dull roar in my ears. But the sound of all the falling raindrops accumulated into a dull, static noise, making the sloshing stand out. I could see the shape of a person who seemed to be sitting down, visible from the waist up. As I got closer and my eyes better adjusted to the dark, I could tell that it was a woman with long hair and curvy outline. She was flailing her arms and splashing the water around, grunting as she pounded her fists into the water. She was about 2 cars' lengths away, so I kept my distance. I've dealt with crazy people before. I glanced over a few times as a pastor. Then I got to the dirt road. The encounter unnerved me, but she was out of sight now. The mud made it hard to walk. Water was only ankle deep now, but I kept having to jerk my foot free after each step as my shoes sank. A small splash made me look over my shoulder, and in the darkness of that dirt road, the woman was splayed out face first in the shallow water. I stopped, my heart thudding, debating whether to help. I truly hated the thought of being the guy who let someone drown in water 6 in deep. She was about 10 steps away from me, and before I could act, she started to move. It was too dark to see any details, but her outline was distinguishable enough for me to see that she was looking up at me. She slowly got on her hands and feet like she was rising, but her hands lingered on the ground. My blood ran cold. I was already scared, pale at this point. My legs didn't work, and I thought of reaching out for my knives, but I was afraid to move. And then she starts crawling toward me on her hands and feet. Panic surged through me, and I'm sprinting toward my house. I could hear the splashes behind me along with her coarse breathing like a choking cough. My eyes started filling with tears, and the rain against my face made the light in the distant houses blurry. I heard her yell in a voice so rough it resembled a pig squeal, short, sharp, and loud, a raw, wordless cry. The rain was a wall, blinding me, but her pursuit was a pulse in my veins. Driving me forward, I ran. The world a blur of water and fear. I couldn't tell if she was catching up, but I didn't have it in me to look back. The dirt road gave way to asphalt. The houses closer now, their porch lights faint beacons. I didn't know when it happened, but apparently I lost my shoes back at the dirt road. My feet stung, but I didn't stop. My house was close. I sped by a few houses with their dim porch lights, the pavement slick under my socks. One last bend, and I was at my doorstep finally. I forcefully tore my backpack zipper open, and I fumbled around the inside for the key, frantically looking around to see if she was still chasing me. My hand shook, the key slipping once before I got it in. I got in the house and slammed the door shut and collapsed. The world went dark, my mind a haze of terror. I don't recall the rest of that night, but my brother filled in the gaps. He was awake when I got home and went to the front door. When the noise alerted him, he said I was on my knees, leaning against the door and quietly sobbing to myself. He woke my mom, and they were trying to console me, but I wouldn't talk. They got me into some dry clothes and led me to my bed. Over breakfast, I explained what happened, and my mom said she'd notify the village guards. My family was worried, but they couldn't grasp the depth of my fear. I could tell that they were concerned for my safety, but they didn't understand the fear I felt. My brother tried to lighten the mood, but it fell flat. I didn't go to work that day. In fact, I took the rest of the week off because I caught a fever. The guards did a minor investigation and even increased patrol for a while, but they didn't find anything except for my shoes in the parking lot. The absence of evidence made it worse. The woman, a phantom in my memory. I can't walk alone anymore without glancing over my shoulder every 5 seconds. Sudden, loud noises make my heart jump. I can't even stand the sound of rain. The storm's roar is a trigger, pulling me back to that dirt road. I've been getting better, though I can sleep with the lights off now. But I just wish I would stop seeing the crawling woman's shape as I drift off, her form a shadow in my mind. I wish I could tell you more about her, but the darkness hid her face, leaving my imagination to fill the void with horrors. The church still stands, a silent witness to that night, but I take the long way now, avoiding its shadow. I've changed my route to work, walking the village gate to avoid the parking lot. The bus ride is longer, but the distance feels safer. My coworkers notice the change in me, the way I flinch at sudden sounds, the way I scan empty streets. I told a few what happened, but their sympathy fades when I can't describe her face. her motives. The guards' patrols have stopped. The incident filed away as a fleeting scare. But it's not fleeting for me. The fever broke, but the fear didn't. I keep my knife set closer now, not in the backpack, but in a drawer by my bed. I check the locks twice, sometimes 3 times. Before I sleep, the house feels different. Its walls too thin to keep out the memory of that night. I wonder about her, where she came from, where she went, why she crawled. Was she human or something else? Born from the flood and the dark? Sometimes, in the quiet, I hear the rain again, and with it, the echo of her breathing, coarse and close. I've started therapy, trying to unweave the fear from my life, but progress is slow. The crawling woman is a ghost in my mind, her outline sharper in dreams than in memory. I see her hands gripping the mud, her head lifting, her form scuttling toward me. I wake gasping, the sound of rain outside a cruel reminder. My family checks on me more, but their concern a weight I can't shake. I want to move, to leave the suburb, the church, the dirt road behind, but money's tight. And the hotel job barely covers rent, so I stay, tethered to the place that broke me, glancing over my shoulder, waiting for her to crawl out of the dark again. I know she's out there, in the rain, in the flood, waiting for another night to find me. Story number 15, The Bell in the Forest. The forest was alive, and it was hunting. Home for the summer after my first year at uni, I returned to our small house nestled just beyond a quiet town. Surrounded by dense forests, I was back home for the summer for the first time in a year after starting uni. Our home was, and still is, just outside of a small town with forests all around. A man-made lake fed by a river, and its branching streams lay nearby. A place I'd explored since childhood. There was also a small man-made lake which was diverged from a river that ran for miles through the forest and ramified into a few streams east of the lake. A grassy path from home led to a stream, then through the forest to the river and lake, a route I knew by heart. Near my home, there was a small grassy path that led to the river following a stream, but this summer, the forest wasn't empty, and it wasn't mine. The path was familiar, but the sound wasn't. I'd wandered those woods for 18 years, cutting through trees to meet the stream, never seeing another soul. I knew the forest there quite well, and I knew where I could cut through the dense trees to meet the stream. On my first walk, I followed the path to its bend, then veered north through the forest to the stream. I walked along the pathway from the stream to the sharp bend. Then I cut back into the forest. Kneeling by the water, a distant bell rang, heavy and fervent, echoing from the north. As I was running my hands in the water, I heard a bell from far away coming from the north. Something was making a bell ring fervently and periodically. It wasn't a dog's collar. Too deep, too deliberate. I could tell the bell was too heavy because of how clear the sound was to be on a collar. Someone was out there, and they were moving. The forest bled, and it wasn't alone. I tracked the bell, its sound fading after minutes, leaving only the stream's murmur. I kept moving, and the bell was moving away from me, and it stopped completely after 5 minutes. Further along, I found a badger, freshly decapitated, its limp body swarming with maggots. I found a badger, a blooming dead one, carefully decapitated. Oh, the wound was full of maggots. The clean knife cut and recent kill chilled me. The bell had come this way, and so had I. The sound of the bell had been following the stream. So had I. So the badger was put there. Something had killed it, and it knew I was here. It was fairly fresh. The body was still limp, and there wasn't too much smell coming from it. I pressed on, uneasy. The forest's quiet, now a threat. The rain fell, and the dead returned. A week later, I returned, rain soaking the forest as I reached the stream and river. I made it to the stream, then walked to the river in an hour. Then I decided to go back the way I came because it was getting late and it was raining quite heavily. Darkness closed in, and I hurried back, head down. The rain's roar deafening. I was walking as fast as I could with the sound of the rain in the trees being really surreal and loud. I collided with something heavy, its putrid stench gagging me, a badger's corpse, head tied to its paws, swinging from a tree, dripping green rot. I bumped into something heavy. The smell was sickly. It was the decomposing body of the badger with his head strung to the front of his paws, and it was tied up just swinging from a tree. It hadn't been there before. Someone had strung it up for me. Someone had strung up the body after I passed it on the way there. The bell chased, and I ran. The badger's fluids clung to me, my senses reeling as I realized I was watched. I started fidgeting violently because I felt like I was drenched in its juices. Someone knew that I would see it. The bell rang again, louder, joined by snapping branches and footsteps. I heard the bell again. I heard branches break and clear footsteps for the first time from down in the forest, and the bell ringing louder. I called my dad, sprinting toward the path's western bend, begging him to meet me. I proceeded to call my dad while running. I told him to meet me on the path where it sharply turns west. Panic surged, rain muffling sounds, my breath ragged, the bell seeming to surround me. The bell went on for way longer than last time, on and off, and I felt like it was surrounding me at one point. I was prey, and it was close. The figure followed, and the forest knew. I glimpsed a tall figure in the clearing, ringing the bell, eyes fixed on me. A tall figure creeping in my direction at the very end of the clearing, ringing this bell slowly in front of his stomach. Could tell he was staring straight at me. Adrenaline surged, and I ran, screaming for my dad, phone clutched like a lifeline. I ran for my life. I didn't look back once. I screamed as much as I could. I lied to scare the pursuer, yelling about police, dropping my bag in my flight. I lied even, I'm on the phone with the police. I dropped my bag and only realized I didn't have it anymore when I was in the car. My dad's shout reached me, and I lunged into his arms as the bell echoed, heard by him and Mom on the phone. I finally heard my dad shout my name, and I knew he was coming my way. My dad heard the bell too. My mom could hear it on the phone. I escaped, but the forest didn't forget. Story number 16, The Intruder's Silent Shadow. The apartment near campus rose like a silent sentinel, its brick facade hiding truths no tenant should uncover, its windows glinting under the city's pale lights, casting shadows that danced with a life of their own. I stepped inside, the air heavy with a scent I couldn't place. Dust, paper, something older, something that clung to the walls, something that knew my name. The living room stretched, its furniture warping as if the apartment itself was bending time, its edges alive with a pulse I couldn't name. I was no stranger to shared spaces, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth that pulsed in the dark, The hallway creaked, its floorboards groaning as I moved, their sound a rhythm that stirred in the silence, a rhythm that wasn't mine. The mirror by the door glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on my bag. But the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The apartment wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The room pulsed, its walls bending, as if watching, waiting. I settled into my room, the desk a frail shield, my textbook's weight a comfort, but the air grew denser, thick with a presence that pressed against my mind. The window framed the campus, its lights flickering as if the apartment was resisting, as if it wanted me to stay, to see what it saw, to know what it knew. The curtains swayed, their fabric alive, as if breathed upon by an unseen force, their patterns forming shapes I didn't want to name, shapes that pulsed like a heartbeat. The apartment wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here. The night deepened, the city's hum a faint drumbeat, but the apartment was a predator, its shadows creeping, its truths whispering in the dark. I checked the locks, their metal dead, their surfaces etched with faint lines, almost symbols that glowed faintly before fading. The air pulsed, its weight a presence, a whisper that followed me, a whisper that refused to fade. I was a witness, a tenant, a woman marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that pulsed in the silence. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the apartment disagreed. Its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of study, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The building was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the halls, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. I and my roommate moved into a beautiful apartment our junior year of college. Our parents made it extremely clear that two small females living alone together was not ideal for some of the cheaper, shady neighborhoods close to our college. We attended a college in our state capital, so we were in a city environment and had certain criteria we had to meet in order for us to live there and for them to co-sign our lease. Lit sidewalks, keyed entry into the apartment building, lit parking lot, X amount of blocks from campus. X. So, we finally found one that fit our parents' criteria. The apartment's pulse was a spark, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me inside. Our apartment building had a key to entry for both the front of the building and the back gate that led to the fire escape. Our apartment was an end unit that led to the fire escape. So, there were two deadbolt locks on it. We loved our apartment. We felt safe. We had fun. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark, truly living the college experience. And then my roommate's boyfriend starts slowly moving his things into the apartment. He's staying there way more often than he should. Finally tell my roommate if he wants to stay there and use the water, electric, and food that I help pay for, then he needs to pay for it too, including our rent. I tell her a three-way split, or I'm paying only my rent, and he can pay the entire electric, water, and trash bill. The apartment's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me to my room. The apartment wasn't empty. It was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. The apartment's shadows deepened as I settled into my room, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest. But the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I leaned against the desk, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom. But the walls glinted, their plaster etched with faint lines, almost symbols that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place. Dust, ink, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The apartment wasn't just a home, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I turned toward the window, the campus stretching, its lights warping, as if the apartment was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the bed glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others. Faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The apartment wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, laughter in halls, footsteps on stairs, faces I didn't know but felt I should. Their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the apartment was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The apartment wasn't mine, it belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, its counters a frail refuge, but the shadows lingered, their edges too sharp, too alive, as if the apartment was watching, waiting. The night was a wait, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a tenant, a woman marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that refused to fade. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the apartment disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of study. But this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The building was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left, a mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I moved to the hall, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the door, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. I think I'm being pretty fair. And even though her boyfriend doesn't have a job, that's not my problem. I work and go to college. I don't want to work at McDonald's? Yes, he actually said that excuse is completely garbage. You want a place to stay? Then to the Golden Ark you shall go. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others. Faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. So instead, my roommate starts sneaking him in really late at night after I go to sleep, and he leaves on days I'm home. While I'm in class, he's there, then leaves before I come back. My schedule is extremely routine. Well, he can't have a key. So, if my roommate is in class or at work, well, how is he getting in? The apartment's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me to my room. The apartment wasn't empty. It was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. He can't take my roommate's key, because if he decides to leave halfway through the day, how will she get her key back? All good questions. The solution they come up with is to leave the back door unlocked. That leads to the fire escape, and then he can just jump the fence at the bottom of the fire escape to get back on the fire escape when he's ready to come back, or stick a rock in between the door, whatever works for him. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The apartment's shadows deepened as I lay in bed. The night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest, but the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I rolled over, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the walls glinted, their plaster etched with faint lines, almost symbols, that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place, dust, ink, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The apartment wasn't just a home. It was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I turned toward the window, the campus stretching, its lights warping, as if the apartment was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the bed glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The apartment wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, laughter in halls, footsteps on stairs, faces I didn't know but felt I should, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the apartment was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The apartment wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, its counters a frail refuge, but the shadows lingered, their edges too sharp, too aloof, as if the apartment was watching, waiting. The night was a wait, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a tenant, a woman marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that refused to fade. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the apartment disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drum beat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of study, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The building was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I moved to the hall, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the door, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. So, I'm off of work and school one Thursday morning, and I decide I'm going to sleep in as long as I possibly can. My roommate and her boyfriend have already left for the day, so naturally they leave the door unlocked. I'm asleep like a pretty princess. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning when I hear the back door open to the apartment. I come to just enough to recognize the noise, realize it's my roommate or her boyfriend, and I brush it off and try to drift back off. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. All of a sudden, I start hearing someone creep through the apartment wooden floors. It definitely doesn't sound like casual walking. It is clearly someone stepping slowly and quietly through the apartment. My door to my room is ajar, just a sliver, but I don't see anything out the door. And I'm honestly too tired to go get up and look. A couple of minutes pass, and I figure that my roommate and her boyfriend are just being weirdos, and I fall back asleep. The apartment's pulse was a weight, its shadows a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me to my bed. The apartment wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. I can't be sure how much time passes before I open my eyes, but it can't be too long. I wake up to my door opening, my back is to the door, and I'm facing the opposing wall. I slowly start to turn over to see why my roommate or her boyfriend would dare wake me from my slumber. And there he is, a burglar in my room next to the bed I'm currently lying in. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The apartment's shadows followed me as I lay in bed, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest. But the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I rolled over, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the walls glinted, their plaster etched with faint lines, almost symbols that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place, dust, ink, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The apartment wasn't just a home, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I turned toward the window, the campus stretching, its lights warping as if the apartment was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the bed glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The apartment wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, laughter in halls, footsteps on stairs, faces I didn't know but felt I should, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the apartment was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The apartment wasn't mine. It belonged to something else, something that stirred in the shadows, something that knew I was here, something that refused to let me go. I moved to the kitchen, its counters a frail refuge, but the shadows lingered, their edges too sharp, too alive, as if the apartment was watching, waiting. The night was a wait, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a tenant, a woman marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that refused to fade. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the apartment disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of study, but this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The building was a record, a canvas of lives spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. A mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I moved to the hall, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the door, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. A 6 tall, 250, while a minimum burglar unplugging my TV about 5 feet from where I currently am. I immediately pretended I was just shifting positions in my sleep and continued to roll over with my eyes as shut as I could make them seem, still open enough to watch what was going on. He hears me shuffling as I turn over, stops, looks dead at me, and luckily doesn't realize that my eyes are open just a tiny bit. He goes back to unplugging my TV and my DVD player, shoves them in a bag he's brought, like those bags from IKEA, and steals my change jar, and casually starts walking out the front door to my apartment like he came in for a cup of tea or something. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. After I hear the door shut, I immediately spring out of bed, grab my phone, and start dialing 911, all while locking the back and front doors. The dispatcher is trying to calm me down. At this point, I'm hysterical. I can't even catch my breath to tell her I'm okay. Luckily, I told her my address before I started hyperventilating. The apartment's pulse was a weight, its shadows, a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me to the door. The apartment wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. Pause. I will take a second to commend the police department, both city and college, because they were there in less than 3 minutes. Resume. She tells me the cops are there, but they need me to go downstairs to let them in the building because they don't have the key to the front door of the building. I'm so afraid to open the door to my apartment and even look down the hallway. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. The apartment shadows followed me as I collapsed by the door, the night's pulse a drumbeat in my chest. But the silence was a predator, its truths whispering in the dark. I gripped the frame, my flashlight a frail shield, its beam cutting through the gloom, but the walls glinted, their plaster etched with faint lines, almost symbols, that glowed faintly before fading. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent I couldn't place. Dust, ink, something older, something that clung to the air, something that knew my fears. The apartment wasn't just a home, it was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that pulsed in the dark. I looked outside, the street stretching, its lights warping as if the apartment was blinking, watching, waiting. The mirror by the couch glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others, faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine. I blinked, my heart a drum, my breath catching, my hands trembling on the flashlight, but the faces were gone, the mirror empty, the silence heavier. The apartment wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a truth I couldn't escape. The living room loomed ahead, its furniture shadowed, but the air was wrong, heavy with a pressure behind my eyes, a feeling like a memory not my own. I saw flashes, laughter in halls, footsteps on stairs, faces I didn't know but felt I should. Their eyes hollow, their mouths moving without sound. The flashlight's beam danced, its light swallowed by the dark, its path bending as if the apartment was warping, reshaping to keep me here. The apartment wasn't mine. It belonged to something else. Something that stirred in the shadows. Something that knew I was here. Something that refused to let me go. I moved to the bedroom, its door a frail refuge, but the shadows lingered, their edges too sharp, too alive, as if the apartment was watching, waiting. The night was a wait, the house a prison, its rooms a canvas of lives spent and lost, its shadows holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left. I was a witness, a tenant, a woman marked by a secret I couldn't unknow, a secret that haunted my sleep, a secret that refused to fade. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip. The morning light leaked through the curtains, but the apartment disagreed, its shadows lingering, its pulse a drumbeat that followed me. I was no stranger to routine, to the quiet of study. But this was different. This was alive. This was a truth I couldn't escape. The building was a record, a canvas of things spent and lost, its walls holding echoes of those who'd lived here, those who'd never left, a mystery that pulsed in the dark, a mystery that refused to let me go. I moved to the hall, my coffee cold, my eyes fixed on the door, but the shadows moved, their edges alive, their presence a truth that pulsed in the silence. I'm about to walk to the front door and extend my arm out to the handle when I hear, "Man, it's the police!" As if I didn't get scared enough already, they yell through the door. I'm paranoid because the dispatcher just told me they couldn't get in and didn't realize someone probably let them in downstairs. I asked the dispatcher to confirm that the people at my door are actually police officers. The mirror glinted, its reflection warped, showing not just me, but fragments of others. Faces I didn't know, eyes that weren't mine, eyes that pulsed in the dark. She tells me that they are at my door. Okay, cool. I opened the front door and I collapsed right there. My legs completely turned into jello and I just hit the floor. I blacked out for a brief period of time, but they helped me up and sat me down on the couch. The apartment's pulse was a weight. Its shadows as a truth that lingered in the air, a truth that followed me to the couch. The apartment wasn't empty, it was full, brimming with a presence I couldn't name, a presence that knew my past, my fears, my solitude. There were at least 10 officers in my apartment from both the city and college departments. When I look outside the living room window at the street below, there are 5 or 6 cop cars blocking the street. I later found out they were doing a perimeter search around the immediate area. I'm being bombarded with questions now. I have to find out what's missing besides the stuff from my room. The apartment was a witness, a keeper of secrets, a truth that held me in its grip, a truth that changed me, a truth I couldn't escape. Story number 17, The Silent Intruder. The club's neon pulsed, masking the danger in his smile. Footsteps echoed in the dark, too close, too quiet. A hand pushed the door, red nails glinting in the shadows. She left nothing behind but a missing blade and fouet. Some intruders don't steal. They claim I'm a 4-year-old woman working at an adult entertainment venue in Australia, where charming patrons for tips was part of the job. One night, a patron offered to buy me a drink, which I accepted per employer policy, upselling him to pricier cocktails while keeping the chat light. His gaze lingered, undressing me, his grin unsettling as he licked a splash of drink from his lip. He asked to walk me to my car, his tone slimy, but I declined politely, brushing it off as typical, visiting past our bouncer. He didn't follow, and I thought that was the end, a routine night in a risky trade. A week later, I returned to work and learned a patron had come every night asking for me, wanting another drink. Naive, I saw dollar signs, but when he arrived, his grin was different, not lustful, but knowing. A secret he savored. We talked. I upsold drinks, but his eyes never left me. His smile a blade. After 30 minutes, I tried to leave, but he wouldn't let me. His voice hissing, anger flaring, I signaled a bouncer, who intervened, giving me space to slip away. He followed me, even trying an employee-only area, until another bouncer kicked him out. I finished my shift and found him on my car's hood, demanding a ride. His compliments greasy, I declined, but he grabbed my arm, insisting. I stabbed my key into his shoulder, pushed him down, and locked myself in the car as he banged on the window, fists threatening to shatter glass. I sped away, pulling over to call work, warning the others. Tears breaking through my calm. The owner, he insisted I take time off, and he came every night, unconvinced by lies I'd quit. 2.5 weeks later, he stopped, and I returned, hoping normalcy. I started forgetting things. Doors open, lights on, food misplaced, blaming stress. A friend reassured me it was normal after trauma, but the hum grew, a whisper in the walls. One day, I returned home for forgotten clothes, seeing lights and TV on from outside, inside. I turned them off, but froze. He stood in the doorway, his creepy grin chilling me. "Welcome home, honey." He oozed, blocking my exit. I threw my bag at him, sprinting to the back door, screaming as I fled, hiding in bushes, gasping. I drove to work, called the police, who found he'd been living in my crawl space, explained the misplaced items. I packed and left, never returning. The hum, his shadow, his grin, my nightmare. The hum was a wound, my new life in a small Australian town, a fragile shield against his grin. I moved states, leaving everything, my boyfriend, Liam, a teacher, anchoring me. I worked from home, safe in routine, but the hum lingered. His voice, "Welcome here, home, honey," echoing in silence. I cried myself to sleep. His crawl space lair a violation I couldn't unfeel. The police found nothing, no trace of him, his identity a void, but the misplaced items haunted me. His presence a stain on my world. Liam and I fought. A trivial spat, leaving us silent for a day, the apartment heavy with tension. That afternoon, I was in bed working, expecting Liam home by 2:30. At 1:00, the front door opened and shut. Footsteps heavy, slow, pacing the living room. I assumed it was Liam, skipping his last class. Mentally bracing for our awkward post-fight talk, the bedroom door was closed, earplugs half in, muffling the steps, their rhythm off. Too deliberate, too long. The door opened a few inches. A woman's hand with red nail polish on the knob, pausing, then closing it silently. I froze, heart racing, realizing it wasn't Liam, not his mother, sister, or landlady, no one with a key. I opened the door, finding the living room empty, reeking of women's perfume, sharp and alien. No one was there, but the air was wrong. The hum, a scream. I locked myself in the bedroom, stepping onto the balcony in the January rain, calling Liam. He confirmed no one had a key, urging me to stay put, calling the police. They searched, finding no one, nothing missing, not even the money jar by the entrance. The intruder took nothing, but the orange kitchen scissors were gone, vanished like the woman's hand. The landlady found scratches by the keyhole, proof of a break-in. The hum confirming she was real, her intent a blade. I checked locks obsessively. The hum in every creak, her perfume in every room. I hadn't been back to that life, but she had. Her hand a ghost in my sleep. The hum showed me glyphs, faint, warm, on the walls, my skin, her mark. I installed cameras, their feeds flickering with shadows, red nails, a grin like his, gone in a blink. I was losing it. The hum, her voice, promising she'd return, her scissors, a vow. Liam held me, but the chill never left. Her hand on every door, her perfume, my air, a new intruder claiming my world. The hum was my cage. Our small-town apartment, a battlefield of shadows and scent. Her red-nailed hand haunted me, closing the door, stealing the scissors, leaving perfume like a brand. I was shaken. The intruder's slants a louder threat than his screams. The police found nothing, their search empty. But the scratches on the lock were her signature, the hum, her pulse. I hadn't been back to that innocence. Her presence a violation deeper than his crawl space lair. The money jar stood untouched. Her intent, not theft, but something darker. The scissors, a promise I couldn't unsee. We changed the locks, but the hum grew glyphs, organic, warm, spreading on my skin, the walls, the air thick with her perfume. I worked from home, doors barred, but the hum was in woods, predicting my steps, my fears. Liam taught his routine my anchor, but the footsteps returned, not his, but hers, slow, circling the apartment. I checked the balcony, its rain-soaked view a mirror of my dread, her hand in every reflection. The cameras caught nothing, but the scissors' absence was a wound. The hum chanting, "She's here." I researched break-ins, finding stories of silent intruders, homes untouched, blades gone, victims marked by fear. A forum post deleted spoke of a woman with red nails, leaving perfume, vanishing. The hum confirmed it, its glyphs glowing, naming her, a shadow older than the town, her scissors a ritual. I contacted the landlady, her voice tense, saying no one had a key, but the hum laughed. It song a trail to her hand. I was targeted, my life a canvas for her mark. His grin her echo, their intent a shared hunger. We moved again to a coastal flat, hoping the salt air would drown the hum, but it followed. The glyphs on our walls a sea, her perfume in every breeze. I cried, her hand in every door, the scissors glinting in my dreams. I burned our papers, fearing she knew our home, but the hum kept her eyes in every wave. We fled to motels, cities, but the footsteps followed. The hum, a broadcast, "You're mine." My skin glowed faintly. The glyphs, my scar, our safety, a lie she cut with her blade. One night, the hum roared. A woman outside our flat, red nails tapping the glass, her grin his, eternal. We ran, keys shaking, to the car, her footsteps chasing, fading into the dark. The hum was us, its glyphs our blood, her perfume our breath. She's out there, her scissors a hymn, her silence a world where safety dies. I write this to warn, but the hum scripts my words, its glyphs my fate, her hand my end, intruding forever in the silent night. The hum is my pulse, our coastal flat a fragile dam against her tide. Her perfume lingers, a ghost in every room. Her red nails a blade in my dreams. I was paranoid. The scissors' absence a scream. The glyphs, warm, pulsing, my skin's mapped to her world. The police were useless, their searches blind to her shadow. The scratches on the lock her only trace. I never returned to that safety. Her hand a violation deeper than his fists, her silence a claim on my soul. We hid, locks tripled, cameras watching, but the hum was inside, predicting my breaths, her footsteps in every creak. I worked from home, a prisoner, Liam's teaching hours my clock, but the door opened at odd hours, her perfume flooding the air. I stood on the balcony, rain-soaked, searching for her, The hum chanting, "Look!" The money jar stayed full, her theft not material but existential. The scissors her vow to cut deeper. The landlady's denial, no key, no entry, rang hollow. The hum her truth, its glyphs a sea swallowing my fear. I scoured records, finding whispers of intruders, women with red nails, leaving blades, marking homes with perfume. On an 80s case spoke of a coastal flat, scissors gone, glyphs on walls. The tenant vanished. The hum sang, its glyphs naming her, a force older than Australia, her hand a ritual. I confronted the landlady, her eyes dodging, saying no one entered. But the hum mocked, its song a path to her nails. I was hers, my life a stage for her mark. His grin her prelude, their silence a shared curse. We fled to a mountain cabin, hoping isolation would break the hum, but it swelled. The glyphs of forest, her perfume in every wind. I gasped, her hand in every shadow, the scissors glinting in my sleep. I burned our clothes, fearing she knew us. But the hum kept her eyes in every ember. We ran to hostels, towns, but the footsteps followed. The hum a broadcast. "You're bound." My eyes glowed. The glyphs, my scar, our love, a target she carved with her blade. One night, the hum roared. A woman at our window, red nails scratching glass, her grin his eternal. We fled, keys trembling, to the car, her footsteps chasing, fading into the dark. The hum was us, its glyphs our blood, her perfume our fate. She's waiting, her scissors a prayer, her silence a void where life dies. I write to resist, but the hum scripts my words, its glyphs my chain, her hand my end, intruding forever in the silent night.